Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Carpinteria City Council meeting. This is a special meeting scheduled for February 3rd. And with that, we'll move on to roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I get to the roll call, let me just make a statement regarding public comments for tonight's meeting. So good evening, everyone. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I'd like to remind all speakers that each person will have a maximum of 3 minutes to speak per item on tonight's agenda. To help keep track of time, an online timer will be displayed on the screen. When your time is up, you'll hear 2 bells. We ask that you please respect this time limit to ensure that everyone has a chance to participate. And Mayor, that concludes my comments, and I'm ready for the roll call.
Thank you.
Councilmember Clark?
Here.
Councilmember Mayer?
Here.
Councilmember Nomura?
Here.
Vice Mayor Solorzano?
Here.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Here. Thank you, and I'll invite you all to say the Pledge of Allegiance with us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, let's move on to item number 1, which is the discussion and potential action to adopt resolution number 6354, granting consent to the County of Santa Barbara to establish the Santa Barbara County Wine Improvement District.
The staring contest. Staring.
IRL glitch.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Yes, we have the member of the Wine Improvement District. The present CEO is here to provide a presentation and to hear your questions and provide any additional information you may need. Okay, so I'll invite Allison to the front.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I'm Allison Laslett. I'm the CEO of the Santa Barbara Vintners Association. And we have a brief presentation on what we call the wine bid, which is the Wine Business Improvement District.
Bear with me, I'm going to pull it up in just a moment.
I can probably start, and the presentation can catch up to us. A business improvement district is a geographical location in which the businesses within that district of an industry self-select to assess themselves. So the proposal that we are putting forward has support of 60% of the wine industry, and it is to charge a 1% assessment on the retail sale of wine. So this is all sales that incur California sales tax. It was designed that way specifically so it could be audited by a contractor of the county called HDL. HDL collects the state taxes, so they have access to the tax records, so they can see that all wineries are paying the same amount. That was a request of the vintners and a request of the county. So the county is the lead jurisdiction in this particular effort. Because they have supported this, they allowed us to seek consent from the cities because you are in the jurisdiction of the district that is being formed. You have one winery in Carpinteria, and I'm happy to say that that winery is in support of this particular effort. What the assessment funds will be spent on is primarily promotion and protection of the wine industry. So that is advertising, marketing, public relations. It's also government education, it's community engagement. We do not include philanthropy in this, but the Vintners Association has a separate foundation. We recently raised $900,000 to support vineyard workers. So that is something that is important to us, but it is done through our charitable fundraising arm. These dollars go to improve the industry that is paying into the district. Trying to think what else is in the presentation, but I think that sums up what the efforts have been so far. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open it up to the council for any questions.
Yeah, I was glad to see that the one winery in town, like you said, the Rincon Mountain.
I was too.
Winery is supportive. So in terms of the benefits that you mentioned, what might that look like since we just have the one winery here in Carp? Like what would it look like for them?
No, that's a great question and an important one for your city. So the majority of our marketing is to Los Angeles. We won a couple of grants, one in 2019 and one in 2021. They were about $400,000 each. So we had $800,000 to put towards marketing, and we targeted Los Angeles and Orange County. So the reason to vote yes for this for Carpinteria is that when all of those visitors come from the south, you are actually the first stop, and that winery is the first stop. If you were to carve yourselves out of the district, we would not include Carpinteria on the map. So there would be a map, Santa Barbara wine country, and it would start at Santa Barbara. So in this instance, because you are a city, we will put you on right at the where you are located on the 101 and where the traffic goes by and say, this is where wine country starts. So I think for your city particularly, that's the benefit.
That's great. Thank you. That's helpful to visualize how that would look.
Right,
That's great.
right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So I have a question, a follow-up question.
Yeah.
How many wineries are within the county, or in terms of those that would be participating essentially?
So we have over 300 entities in Santa Barbara County that are wine labels. We actually have over 100 wineries themselves. Those are what you think of when you go over the hill and you have the big processing areas, or Easy Street in Buellton, where the wine is made. All of them will become part of this. So you've probably seen a bit in action when you look at hotels. Hotels are very common. There's Visit the Santa Ynez Valley, there's Visit Santa Barbara. Those are funded through business improvement districts. So if you're an industry within the district, then you do become a member of the district. So all wineries will be included.
Great. And then what I am hearing, and so there'll be a map where with the winery and Carpinteria will be essentially the first stop. What other things in terms of marketing will, Carpinteria be a part of, or what other projects may be?
So a business improvement district markets an industry, right? So you will definitely be on the map. We also have a website. We have the second highest visited website in Santa Barbara County after Visit Santa Barbara. And we have probably 200 pages on our website. Every winery has an individual page on that website. So that's just, we're a resource for any visitors who are coming. They of course choose where they go, but they see it. So we will also do a lot of the sort of the current marketing, which is digital marketing. It's very targeted. Some of it's a little creepy. We can look at cell phones and see if you looked at an ad and you live in Orange County and then you walked into a winery, we geo-fence the wineries. So if that same phone then comes into a winery, we have a good idea of what that person is reading or if it's within a certain time frame. So that's digital marketing. There's also advertising. What we think of as maybe traditional advertising, ads in Wine Spectator, Wine Enthusiast, PR, which is going to be articles in Sunset Magazine, the Los Angeles Times. We will also probably expand our advertising north to San Francisco. I'm just using those references because that's what we did the last time we had money. This is expected to bring in about $1.5 million or more dollars to put towards marketing. And since we had those 800,000, we have a pretty good idea of the impact that that will have. And it did increase visitation. So wine sales from 2018 to 2022 grew 48.8% in Santa Barbara County. As you may or may not know, I think this happened to most industries. We are in a decline now for wine consumption. So that's part of why we think that this is a pretty crucial moment to have these marketing dollars. We know marketing works for wine. Wine is losing sales. We have an incredible wine region in Santa Barbara County, and we want to be able to support it and promote it.
Great, thank you.
One other quick question.
Sure.
Would this be something where the SBC WID or WID would be able to report back to, or not even in person, but just provide like an annual report or something to the cities to show what some of the impacts have been of the increased marketing and everything?
So it's mandatory that we do an annual report to the county. So what I do know is, and I think that that's going to be a comprehensive and significant report. What I do know with HDL is that they are able to pull out the sales by city. So I used to get a report from the county and it stopped. I think it was just a staffing issue. And I recently asked, if we pass this bid, will they reinstate it? And so what's interesting is when you divide up the sales by city, you can see how those sales increase. Now, you know, Carpinteria with one winery is going to be this little teeny tiny number in the whole county, but it will still be captured and you'll be able to see what is happening. So I would say that the trends that are happening countywide are probably similar to what's happening in the cities, but we'll be able to track sales in the cities individually.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. I will turn it back to staff in terms of the presentation. Are we?
That's it. So we can
Okay.
go back to the council.
Okay, great. So seeing no other questions on the dais, I'll ask for public comment. I don't have any slips up here. Seeing none, I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I'll move to adopt resolution number 6354 as read by title only.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
your
council members.
presentation. We will now move on to item number 2, which is the consideration of making appointments to various advisory committees and groups and commissions.
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members and everyone present. So tonight, the council will be making appointments to all the city council advisory groups, which is basically all the city committees, boards, and commissions. So a little bit of background. So right now, we're doing the biennial recruitment of all the boards, committees, and commissions, which happens every 2 years after the general municipal election in November. And let's see. In November 2024, the council adopted a policy on making public member appointments and approved a city council advisory group handbook. In December 2024, I emailed all current council advisory group members to let them know that their current term would be expiring on January 31st of this year, and that if they wish to continue, to fill out an application and supplemental questionnaire. And all this information on the council advisory groups was posted on the city's website under the city clerk, as well as including the handbook of applications and supplemental questionnaires. So a little bit about the recruitment efforts that we went through this time. Of course, we placed an ad in the Coastal View News back in December. We put up the same display ad on A-frame signs, which were posted strategically throughout the town. And that was, we want to thank Mayor Alarcon. That was one of her suggestions. We also, of course, posted on social media, and Vice Mayor Solorzano coordinated with the Carpinteria Unified School District to place some of the A-frames on school campuses. So thank you very much for doing that. And then also submitting your letter to the Coastal View News earlier this month to, again, draw attention to all the openings. So we received a total of 62 applications, which is an extremely large number, thanks to all the recruitment efforts. Of course, some applicants that have applied for more than one board, committee, or commission, and that's noted in the staff report. So tonight's process, we're going to go through each council advisory group one by one. I'll start off with providing a background, such as the duties and membership of each council advisory group. We'll take public comment first, and then we'll open it up just for public comment from the applicants. And then if the number of applicants is larger than the number of available positions on any particular board or committee, then council will do a ranking. So each of you has a ranking sheet in front of you. As we do this, we won't be doing the ranking for every single board, committee, commission, but there's probably like 4 or 5 where we're going to be doing this. And then I'll collect the results, input them on the screen to do the ranking, and then you can discuss further on how you want to make your appointments for each board. And so that's that. There are some potential considerations for making appointments, such as diversity and representation, expertise and skill set, community engagement, involvement, availability and commitment, equitable distribution of appointments, collaboration and teamwork, and alignment with city goals and priorities. So tonight we're going to start off with the Library Advisory Commission. So the Library Advisory Commission acts in an advisory capacity to the Library Board of Trustees and the city librarian in matters pertaining to the management, administration, operation, and development, improvement, and maintenance of the library. And the membership is comprised of 5 members, representative of the library service area, with an option to expand as needed. And the commission also includes a youth representative from the service area. So with that, tonight we've got for the Library Advisory Commission the following current members and new members that are applying for one of the 5, or for the 5 seats on the Library Advisory Commission. And then separately, we have the 2 at the bottom, the 2 youth positions that are applying for the Library Advisory Commission. So with that then, Mayor, if you wish to open it up, or if you have any questions.
Nope, no questions on my end. Any questions on behalf of the council?
I have one question. With regards to the youth members, is it just one? There's only one that we can select?
Just one.
Okay, thank you.
And I just had one quick question before we start. Can you just say a little bit more about if applicants either don't get selected during this round, or maybe if it occurs to them in the coming weeks that they actually would like to serve on something, what should they do for that? Because I have gotten some questions from people on that topic.
Not all is lost. So of course, even after the appointments tonight, say for some boards, committees, there still might be vacancies. If that's the case, people are welcome to apply for one of those vacancies at any time. Also, with the applications that are on file now, even if somebody isn't selected, they're still on file, and so for the next appointment, their names can be drawn.
Great. So it's not like their applications will be gotten rid of after this round.
Correct.
If they're not selected, they can be kept on file for future consideration.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Solorzano, if I could add to that, having sat through several committee meetings and having led the Senior Services Planning Committee, which actually only included 2 committee members with yourself and then Councilmember Roy Lee, we had a group of probably a couple dozen or more informal working group members whose opinions were always included in the decisions that we've made. And I found that to be true of all the committees that I've been a part of. And so I strongly encourage anyone, whether selected as a committee member or not, I think that their voice would be heard, welcomed, and included as part of those decisions. And so I'd like to add that as well.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions on behalf of the council? Okay. So following suit to what the clerk has shared, I will now open up public comment only based on the library Advisory Commission, so not the applicants themselves, but if there is anyone else who would like to make a public comment before we move on to the applicants. Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close that, and I will go ahead and call applicants and invite them over to the podium. You're welcome to share a few words before we move on to council discussion. Glenn Birdwell.
Good evening. I'm Glenn Birdwell, and I'm currently serving as the chair of the Library Advisory Commission. It's an honor to be on the commission, and it's been very exciting and satisfying to see, to be part of the successful launch of the Carpinteria Community Library. It's developed into a busy gathering space for people of all walks of life and all ages. I would like to be reappointed to the commission for another term, and I am hoping that you will consider reappointing all three of the applicants who are currently on the commission so we can maintain some stability and momentum. If appointed to another term, I have some goals here, if you'd like to hear what those might be. What first is continuing to use the knowledge I've gained in my career working in public libraries for the benefit of the library and the community. I think my public library background has been very beneficial, and I think it will continue to be so, especially as we move into a period of transition to a new city librarian. Complete the library's strategic planning process. We are in the early stages of that effort, and I believe it's a very important tool that we need to grow and sustain our library services. Finish a review of the library policies. We've done 3 so far: the patron conduct, materials selection, and the computer and internet use. And there are many more. We inherited these policies from Santa Barbara, and we need to look at them through a Carpinteria lens. Look for more ways to reach more people, new ways to reach more people. We want everyone in Carpinteria to know what an amazing resource the library is and how many things are available from them. And we want to hear from them on what their priorities are. Maintain and strengthen our collaboration with stakeholders, including our community leaders, our schools, nonprofits, and our local businesses. Ensure fiscal stability by demonstrating the library's value to the community and to make sure that we get the maximum out of every dollar spent. And generally speaking, work to ensure that our library continues to flourish as an invaluable resource for the community. I would love to serve another term and continue to use my experience and my passion for public libraries to support the ongoing success of the Carpinteria Community Library. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Would any of the council members like to ask the applicant any questions?
Sorry. I have a question for our clerk. If an applicant has applied for this position and also another one, I understand that you're also applying for the County Library Advisory Committee. Is that something that both can be done by one person, or is it one or the other?
That one could be done from the same person.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Just my comment on that, I think that synergy would be really beneficial.
Got it.
Because I will learn from being on the county, things I can bring back to the city, and I can make sure what's important to Carpinteria gets heard at the county level, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Birdwell. Danielle Manriquez Osborne.
So, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am here to ask for your support in appointing me to the Carpinteria Library Advisory Board. I'm a native Carpinterian, and I have served as a commissioner on the library board for a little over 2 years. I've had the privilege of serving with Glenn and Asia, and I think we work really well together. I would like to continue this work and help further shape new library policy. We have a diverse community in Carpinteria, and I would also like to encourage the use of our library by our entire community. Lastly, I am an enthusiastic senior citizen that would like to continue my journey as a library advisory commissioner. I'm going to be very honest. I had a senior moment and I forgot the library meeting this evening. But I can't promise that I won't do it again. But I would like to ensure our library remains a gem in our city. And I'd also like to thank Jody Thomas for being an awesome leader. So, thank you.
I will turn it back to the council. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Manriquez Osborne. Age of Warner.
Hello, Council. I am seeking reappointment to the Library Commission. Having served for 1 year on the committee, I have actively worked to safeguard our library's content, both written and digital. I have gained valuable experience and a deep understanding of what is required to support and enhance the library's mission. The library is a cornerstone of our community, a vital hub where people connect, learn, and grow. I would like to continue to help that thrive. I am passionate about preserving and strengthening this institution to ensure it remains a resource for future generations. With my experience and dedication, I am committed to continuing this work. Any questions?
Okay, seeing none.
Thank you.
James Smart.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff, my name is James Smart. I prefer Jim. I'm a newbie here. I've only lived in the city for 2 years. But in that time, I've worked with Roy Lee as his ham radio representative before the Santa Barbara Amateur Radio Club. I've been a ham radio operator for about 30 years. My wife is also a member of the Santa Barbara Amateur Radio Club. And you say, well, that has nothing to do with that. True. But I do have 20 years of service with the MTA in Los Angeles, where I was in charge of the edit for the public relations and media relations activities. I helped raise $3 billion for the building of the Red Line. I worked with 80 mayors and city councils throughout the service district, traveled to Washington, D.C. several times, and to Sacramento raising money. Mayor Bradley was a very close friend of mine, as well as all the members of the Board of Supervisors and many other mayors. I worked with Jody and helped her buy books, made recommendations to her. I love her dearly, and whatever you do about me, you be sure and take care of Jody. Any questions? I'll be glad to help if I can answer.
Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Jim. Fred Shaw.
Mayor, Council, libraries have always been a passion of mine. I've always felt it is the single most important building in any community, and just judging by the amount of people that Jody and Eric see every single day at the library, I think that's probably at least the best used of any of the facilities. I was at the very beginning of our discussions about having our own library. Dave Derflinger, our former city manager, and I went to several groups, went throughout the city talking to people about Measure X, with the primary focus being having funding for having our own community library. And we've got it now, which is really a great step forwards. We've got a wonderful librarian, and Eric, her right-hand man as such, is really wonderful as well. I would like to continuing support for whoever is our next librarian, and hopefully that person will, with our help as a guiding force, continue to provide all the programs that we have now. Jody has just instituted, an incredible amount of programs. I would like to see that continued. I did file for this position once before, but several other people, most all of them people with library experience, were voted onto the board, and I thought it was a great board, and they did a great job. But I'm throwing my hat in the ring again because I do love libraries in general, ours specifically, and I currently am also a board member of the Friends of the Library, and it's a good mixture because I'm seeing both sides of the picture, financially as well as what goes on in the library itself. So anyway, I'm hoping you'll consider me for the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Katrina Barraza.
Hello. My name's Katrina Barraza. I'm very new to this process. I actually didn't realize I was going to be speaking today, but I'm super excited. I'm mostly I'm just so curious about the library and so passionate about it. My kids go to Aliso School. I have 8-year-old twins, and I volunteer there at the library. And I would just love to learn and support the library and the community and learn more about how it works and support the leaders that are already there, and just kind of make my way into the community and be a part of that and spread kind of the library's mission. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay. Sarah Gru? My apologies if I messed up the last name. Okay. We don't happen to have Sarah on Zoom, do we?
I do not see her, nor any raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Gabriella Severt? Okay. And Thomas Schmitz? Great. Okay. With that, I'll bring it back to you, Brian, in terms of this is the case where we have more applicants than we do positions, and if you can guide us on next steps.
So before you, we've got the ranking sheet. It's the highlighted sheet with each of your names on top. So if I could have you fill out for these 5, or I'm sorry, rank the applicants, the current and new applicants, except for the youth position. We'll do that one next. So rank your number 1 choice is number 1, your number 2 is number 2, and so on and so forth. And then let me know when you're done. I'll take your sheets, I'll input them on the screen here and do the ranking.
Brian, which sheet of the 2 should we fill out?
It's the one-
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's what that's highlighted.
So not the one that looks like that, but the one that looks different.
Yeah, I know, the Wright brothers. I'll always remember when she was I'm too wrong. What, 2 Wrights? Built an airport. People win. Because they were being shitty too. Shitty back.
Okay, so looks like we all have it completed on our end.
What do you think?
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, what?
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
There, you do this.
Great.
The anonymous aardvark.
It doesn't look like it's in order of anything. No. The agenda online has more questions.
I know, that's even worse. Yeah, we did the library thing, and that was at the bottom of the page. So, we're working backwards. I probably won't make it, because I won't be here. That won't reflect positively for me.
Speak for you.
Just as I'm looking at the ranking forms, not all of you did the full ranking. Some of you just did like the top 3 or top 5. So if I can just hand those back for you to continue doing that. There should be 9, 1 through 9. So let me return those back to you.
Mayor doesn't like you, you're not. There you go. What is that? Oh, it's a big lesion on your face. Oh, must have slept wrong. No, you moved wrong. What's your birthday? Late July? Oh, you're right on the. I see you as well. I believe this stuff really works.
Do you really?
I do.
I think it's complete.
Yeah, well, it probably is, but I have found that people find query.
And I appreciate all of your patience. This is a new process for us, and part of the council's desire to do this is to also be more transparent, and this also allows the community to really get to know the applicants. So thank you for your patience, and bear with us. We'll get faster as we move along.
We certainly hope so.
I didn't say that.
Shit, I'm gonna ask for them to vote for me. This isn't gonna go well.
You can't roast the voters.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Can we have AI do this?
Yes. What about Chat GPT?
Chat GPT.
Just stick it in there and he'll tell you.
Should I be a library commissioner?
Bear with me one moment.
And I put it through chat. It came out so nice.
What if you could do like, do it in the voice of Andrew Dice Clay or something?
No.
All right, Madam Mayor, let us just tabulate the results and then I'll announce them. Just give me a few minutes.
I didn't say I was.
Remember, retaliation is the name of
I'll
the
do
game.
general public comment.
We're trying to get even with our enemies now. It's our goal.
Asia doesn't even know the Dewey Decimal System.
Huey, Louie, and Dewey.
She took out the Communist Manifesto in 1987.
How dare you?
That violates our privacy. Good thing
We wrote it. So scary.
Well, that birthday notice is coming back to haunt you, isn't it?
It certainly is.
I'm wondering, 15 minutes till I'm out there, I haven't even got the first crew.
What are you doing? Which movie are you seeing? Are you meeting for
Oh, it's
dinner?
no, it's the opening film. We're getting the pre-screening. Yeah, Jane Austen ruined my life. No, I don't think this person is either.
Oh, good.
So it's about a young lady that, is trying to, put a romance.
Okay, Mayor Alarcon. So we've done the final scoring. The first one, in order from the most preferred to
Just do the 5. You're better than her. Apparently. Yes, future.
All right, sorry for that. I'll go ahead and name the top 5 candidates, and we'll go from there. So we have Glenn Birdwell, Danielle Manriquez Osborne, Asia Forner, Fred Shaw, and Katrina Barraza. So you can, if you choose, you can make a motion for those 5 or have more discussion if you wish.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the council. Any Any questions or if you'd like to make any other comments? Okay, seeing none, then I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move to adopt the slate of five that, or not the group of five names that the clerk read out for the Library Advisory Commission.
Second.
Okay, all of those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, excellent. So we're still on the topic of the Library Advisory Commission, and we will be moving on to those who applied for the youth representative. Hazel Dugray, I know she is not here, and she had sent an email. Clayton Bryan. Okay, welcome to the podium.
Hi, my name is Clayton. I have always loved the library. I was an intern there this summer, and I would love the opportunity to support youth services and involvement in the library. Thank you.
And Mayor, I'd also like the council to know that the other youth commissioner is not present tonight, but she did turn in a public comment which was submitted to you earlier today.
Okay. Excellent. Would you like us to also fill out this form for you?
Please do, for the youth position.
We're ready.
All right, Mayor, give me just another minute, and then I'll announce the top applicant. Okay, so the top candidate for the youth position is Hazel Dugray.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the council. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
I move to adopt Hazel Dugray as the Youth Library Services representative.
Excellent.
Second.
Excellent. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Excellent. Thank you to all of those who applied for the Library Advisory Commission. We're looking forward to working with you all this year.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes.
I would also like to say, Carpinteria is the lifeblood for volunteers. So for those of you that did not actually get selected this time, I encourage you to please participate. Your voices will be heard definitely by that group.
Thank you, Councilmember Nomura. Moving on to the Planning Commission.
All right, Mayor. Let's see, let me bring the screen back. Okay, so Planning Commission, its primary duties are reviewing and recommending changes to the general plan and zoning regulations, conducts hearings and decides on applications for development pursuant to state law and Chapter 2.32 of the Carpinteria Municipal Code. And the membership, the Planning Commission consists of 5 members, with the qualifications for membership being a residency within the city at the time of appointment and during their tenure in office. And so with that, tonight we have the following individuals who have applied for the Planning Commission.
Excellent, thank you. So I will call up those individuals who applied. You're welcome to use some of the time to share a little bit about yourself. Catherine Salant.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to have a few words. I wanted to say, first of all, I've learned a lot as the planning commissioner. And the first thing I learned was the great hard work and professionalism of the planning staff and all the city officials I have encountered and the planning commissioner. Everybody in this building works really hard. My background and experience is somewhat unusual, but I think it has also proved to be very helpful. As an architect, I look carefully at the plans and brought up things in meetings that others have missed, and I'm a journalist. Perhaps this is the first on the Planning Commission. And how did I find this helpful? Well, I'm used to reading long reports, and the staff reports are often not easy reading. I got all the way through them, and I am very used to interviewing, asking questions, and I found in the meetings that I often asked questions, I didn't hesitate, and it brought up information that wasn't in the presentations. And another thing that may be sort of surprising to you, as a journalist, you're trained to be objective. And by that I mean you get an assignment, you collect the facts, you make a conclusion. It may not be what you expect, but as a planning commissioner, it's important to do due diligence, read everything, and also to be prepared when you go in the meeting, having thought about it, to listen very, very carefully, to be really objective, and be prepared that you may make a decision that's different than what you anticipated when you started. So moving on, Carpinteria, I love Carpinteria. We all love it. It's a magical place. And what do I mean by that? It's magic, and this is our golden goose. It's the main part of our economy is tourism. I believe it's as much as 70%. It's certainly more than 50%. And people come here because we're unique. It isn't just that we're by the beach. It's that you walk down Linden and in the T, and it's a walk through time. It's a time warp. And it's eclectic, unusual architecture. Often it's more than 100 years old. And if you look carefully, you see there are many small business owners. And a resident once characterized it as funky. It's unusual. That's why people come here. And to maintain this, change is inevitable, but we have to be very, very careful. We don't want to do anything to stop these golden eggs we've depended on for decades now. And you can't keep carp in a straitjacket. Change is inevitable. There are some big things that are coming up that have, including the Surfliner Inn and the project on the Bluffs, very controversial, and we have to thread the needle carefully and carefully consider.
Thank you. Any questions on behalf of the council? Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your sharing. Glenn Lefevers, followed by Jane Benefield. Okay. Okay. Jane?
Oh, Glenn's not here?
No.
Oh. Hello, City Council members. I'm Jane Benefield. I'm a candidate for the Planning Commission. I'm also on the Planning Commission. I have been for, I think, 15 years. I'm not sure. More than a decade. Time really does, mush together after a while. I have two things that make me very qualified for the Planning Commission. One, I'm a planner. Oh, there you go. But it's not that planning is the only field that is valuable in a planning commissioner, but it's very valuable when you're trying to read documents and understand zoning and land use and all those kinds of things. I have 30-plus years of experience in the City Planning Department of Los Angeles. And because the city is 500 square miles, we broke it into districts. And I was in charge of a district, Boyle Heights, Echo Park, Silver Lake, those areas, which I really loved. But that was for future planning, for long-range planning. For daily planning, we had a lot minions, doing all the zone changes, the land, everyday land use changes, development agreements, all these things that we did were sort of current planning. I was the second woman to be hired, and I did have to go through holy hell to get that job. And I was pretty young, so I didn't know what I was doing. But I just didn't think it was right. So there I am now, a planner. For 30 years I worked there. 10 years I worked at LAX. I was in charge of the environmental plan for the airport expansion. And I have to say, it's not my fault. Because they did not listen to one thing we said. It all became very political. It was not a land use project. It was a fulfilling a favor contract thing. It was disheartening, and we really did work hard. But now I'm a commissioner, and I really love being on the commission. I can bring a lot of my background to it. The commissioners are thoughtful. They listen. And what Catherine said about I might change my opinion given the public information and the staff reports and everything. And that is a good thing. We should not be set in our way. I'm pretty straightforward, and it takes a little to sway me, but I'll be swayed by the facts. So I would really like to do this. And the other major reason you should appoint me is today is my birthday. And these fine folks sang happy birthday to me. And, you know, I've reached the age limit for women in America. So my age expectancy is, you know, so this would be a good going out gift. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and happy birthday. John Moyer.
Mayor and City Council. My name's John Moyer. I came to Carpinteria when I was 7. I've lived here for 70 years. My mom was the head librarian. My dad was the first Carpinterian of the year. And I say that because when I was appointed, the man that broke the tie said that he liked my history, and that was the reason that he voted for me to be on the Planning Commission. Grew up in the oil field. I was an oil field pipe welder. I hurt my back and went back to school when I was in my late 40s, got a degree in architecture, and have worked in that industry for the last 25 years. I'm newly retired, and I think this is an important time for consistency on the Planning Commission, and I think that it's going to be some hard work ahead. It's not a time for me to slip out the back door, and so I just want to. I love the Planning Commission. I like all 5 of my fellow planning commissioners. We don't always agree, but that's what makes it good, dynamic, and I would love to continue to work. I'm newly sort of retired, so I have more time to read now than I did before, and I hope you consider me. Is there any questions?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Alexandra Van Antwerp. What was that? So I have Alexandra.
Oh, you go on this one.
I'm going on this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I'll get there.
You're all right. You're good. You're good. You're the
Okay. Welcome.
Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Alexandra Van Antwerp, also known as Exie, and I'm honored to be considered for a position on the Planning Commission. As a longtime Carpinterian, I am deeply committed to preserving our community's unique character while supporting thoughtful and sustainable growth. With over 20 years of experience in strategic planning, business development, and community engagement, I bring a collaborative, analytical approach to decision-making, most recently as an author of professional e-learning content focused on technology-driven business strategies. I have honed my ability to evaluate complex information, communicate it clearly, and align objectives with diverse stakeholder needs. These skills are essential for the Planning Commission's work involving zoning regulations, reviewing technical documents, and providing thoughtful recommendations to support informed decision-making. I understand that the Planning Commission serves as an advisory capacity to the City Council, and that my role would be to review projects and proposals through the lens of the general plan, the coastal land use plan, and zoning codes. I recognize the importance of studying these documents thoroughly to make decisions that align with the city's goals, regulations, and community values. In addition, I have worked with emergency responders in California and Nevada to develop a mobile software as a service system for first responders and public safety. This role required close collaboration with fire chiefs, city emergency managers, police, highway patrol, and transportation agencies, giving me valuable experience in navigating technical plans, negotiating priorities, and working across public and private sectors. I understand that serving on the Planning Commission requires a significant commitment to studying zoning and land use policies, engaging with city staff and community members, and maintaining transparency throughout the process. While I bring experience in reviewing technical documents and problem solving, I also welcome the opportunity to learn more through city-provided training and resources. As Carpinteria faces significant challenges, including new state housing mandates and the protection for natural spaces like the bluffs, I am dedicated to providing balanced, evidence-based recommendations, and my focus would include affordable housing, and I mean actual affordable housing, identifying ways to meet state mandates while preserving the small-town charm and values that define Carpinteria, environmental conservation, advocating for sustainable, low-impact development practices to protect natural spaces, and community engagement, ensuring transparency and involving residents in the planning process so that their voices are reflected in decision-making. If appointed, I will bring professionalism, preparation, and commitment to serving this community with integrity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you. I'll call for David Allen, followed by Patrick O'Connor.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I hope that after the years I have spent on the Planning Commission and in committees and working in other ways for the community, that you do all know my passion for our community. And I think it should be evident that I believe that we all, as you do, owe it to our community to give of our time to support what we love and believe in, the values that I think most of our community hold, what we hope for the future. And I think that my actions through the years that you have all observed, speak to where I'm coming from. Of course, you have my application, and I wrote a little bit more than I have in previous years because it seemed to call for a little more. By way of background, maybe more for some of the community who don't know me, I had a career, the second half of which was in land use law, advising the County Planning Commission and Board on land use issues. And in terms of my interest, for our community, I think that's shown in the decisions we've made. I think our Planning Commission has worked well together. Over the years, I think we have shown respect for each other. I think that's important, though often there are diverging opinions. We've tried to work together for consensus when possible, and that's important, and that's part of bringing good projects and good decisions on our ordinance and general plan, for the community. So I hope you'll consider continuing me in this role. I think I brought some experience, some perspective from the history, if you want to call it institutional knowledge, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. I will call for Patrick O'Connor, followed by Daniel Ojeda Ross.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners and staff. My name is Patrick O'Connor. I'm currently on the the Architectural Review Board, excuse me, and a resident of District 5 here in Carpinteria. I've also been recently appointed to the Carpinteria Valley Water District Board. So I'm serving on that in a number of committees as well and in function of the Water District. I'm also applying to remain on the Architectural Review Board. So I don't want to leave any confusion by the fact that I'm applying for 2 roles with the city. I'm committed to serve Carpinteria. I think it gives serving or choosing to express interest in both gives the council an opportunity to decide best fit, but it also gives me an opportunity to learn what the best fit is also. My career is coming to an end. I'm looking for gainful, ways to stimulate my participation in the city, have an intellectual challenge in the process. And I think as an engineer, my background is in engineering. I'm a recovering executive in aerospace, having managed, public company and private company businesses, multiple sites across continents. They're very complex organizational structures. So doing more than one thing at a time is not a problem for me. So I'm up to the challenge. I have the time. To address a couple of thoughts about the roles that I am playing, the Carpinteria Valley Water District doesn't present a conflict. In fact, I think it's complementary. There is perhaps occasions where there may be some recusal required. One of the more sort of things that would come to mind that could present a recusal actually doesn't, and that is the recycle project at the sanitary district. I would actually have to recuse myself anyway because I live within 500 feet. So the fact that I'm on the water district and potentially on planning wouldn't create a recusal conflict there. I did look into the background with the water district, didn't see any and didn't get any objections to serving on both. So I think I can put to rest any concerns that there may be a conflict between the two of them. My interest is in land use and is in planning. I've participated and would like to express my respect for the current board or the current commission. I've gotten to know each one of them. Like with your council, I bring my thoughts and oftentimes independent research to both the staff and to these commissions and boards, in addition to my role playing on there. So I'm committed to providing that kind of work. I'll continue to do that. But I think it also demonstrates the relevance of my background and the willingness to put in the work. So with that, I'll leave you with the choice, and I'll be back up in a few minutes.
Thank you.
If you have any other questions?
Okay, seeing none. I'll now invite Daniel Ojeda Ross up to the podium. Not seeing him here. Do we have him on Zoom?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. So now, if the council can please fill in the ranking form, and we will hand it over to our city clerk.
All right, Mayor, give me another minute to tabulate the results.
He doesn't even know where he is.
Okay, Mayor. So our top 5 applicants for Planning Commission, Jane Benefield, Glenn Lefevers, Alexandra Van Antwerp, David Allen, and John Moyer.
Excellent, thank you.
Is everyone talking?
Okay, so I'll ask if the audience can listen in. So city clerk mentioned the top 5 are Glenn Lefevers, Jane Benefield, David Allen, John Moyer, and Alexandra Van Antwerp. Is that correct? Okay. I'll bring it back to the council. Any questions or comments? Okay, if I may have a motion.
I'll move to accept the those candidates for Planning Commission.
Second.
Excellent. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you all who applied for the Planning Commission. We're moving on to the Carpinteria Open Space Management Advisory Board.
All right, Mayor. So the Carpinteria Open Space Management Advisory Board assists the city in its compliance with the applicable terms of relevant conservation and trail easements and provides input to the city for the acquisition, creation, development, operation, and maintenance of the coastal open space and city-owned or managed trail system. And it is comprised of 7 members. So we currently have some current and new members applying for the 7 positions on the board.
Excellent, thank you. With that being said, I'll go ahead and call the applicants. Please stand up to the podium if you'd like to share a few words with the council. Patrick Crooks. Okay. Do we have Patrick Crooks on Zoom?
I'm sorry, Mayor. We forgot to take just the regular public comment for this item, if you want to do that
Okay.
after
Thank you.
the applicants.
I'll take a step back. Any public comment on the Carpinteria open space before we move on to hearing from candidates? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close that, and I'll open it back up. Patrick Crooks, is he on Zoom, Brian?
He is, Mayor. 1 second. Patrick, go ahead.
Good evening. Hope you guys can hear me okay. I didn't want to take too much of your time. Just really appreciate my applications in there with you guys. If Ted is on as well, he might give you a little more knowledge on the process with COSMAB. I currently am president of Citizens for the Carpinteria Bluffs, which as part of the conservation easement for the bluffs, the nature preserve, I believe, this advisory board, which I came on to about 7-8 years ago, was created and required through that conservation easement that actually 2 members from Citizens for the Carpinteria Bluffs would be appointed to this, and it's morphed and changed since. But you guys have my application, and happy to answer any questions if you guys need anything. Just really looking forward to serving again in this capacity. And looking forward to the opportunity. So thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick. Any questions? Nope. Okay, Jonathan Lewis.
Hi there, Mayor, Council. My name is John Lewis. I've been on the COSMAB for 4 years. I've been a resident of Carpinteria. I guess I first came to Carpinteria in 1970. And then I've been a permanent resident since 1993. This is a very special place. I'm retired now. My entire career was with the National Park Service for 37 years. I was able, I have a career that was not unusual then, but is unusual now, in that I started off in a 2-person trail crew in Alaska and worked various parks in Alaska and California and New Mexico in my youth. And I was able to go through a lot of things like structural fire training, rock rescue, wildland fire training, various land management courses, etc., law enforcement, backcountry ranger. And then I went into, I followed up with my college career in computer science. And I was one of the early pioneers in the Park Service to bring things like electronic mail, local area networks, wide area networks, connection to the internet, first website for the National Park Service. So I worked on major projects all across the service. I was a regional office employee in San Francisco and then a Washington, D.C. employee. And while I was a Washington, D.C. employee for 2 decades as the chief IT project manager for the Park Service, I was able to do that from here in Carpinteria. So I was a very early teleworker, and I had project managers across the country working on various projects. So that was my background. There on the COSMAB, I bring that background to the city. I'm a big advocate of open space and of the city parks and bluffs and coastal trails. And I work with the park staff and our new park director on that. And I wish to continue to serve on the board. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Seeing no questions.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you.
Lewis. David Allen, followed by James McElvain.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, I really do hope that you appoint all of the, returning or requesting to return members of COSMAP. It's really a terrific group for considerations of the different issues that, arise with our parks and trails. They all bring, different expertise, many of them, and really good perspectives, and all really care for our community's open space and trails and parks, and it's a very valuable advisory committee, for staff in large part, and kind of understanding, getting a community perspective for some things that are going on, and at least that is certainly my view. It's been my great pleasure because of, my great interest in our trails and open space, preserving, enhancing, expanding, hopefully them, for the benefit of us and our future generations. I'm hopeful that you'll reappoint me. I came onto it as the Planning Commission representative to the former Bluffs Advisory Board, which of course has morphed in a different structure now. But it's been great to see the continuation of this advisory body and how it's evolved over time and grown in, I think, expertise and hopefully usefulness to the city. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. James McElvain. Is he on Zoom, Brian?
I do not see him.
Okay. Ted Rhodes.
I do not see Ted Rhodes online either.
Okay. Michael Wilding.
Michael Welding is online. He doesn't have his hand raised, but I can allow him to speak if he wishes to.
Yeah. Michael, if you hear us, if you'd like to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand via Zoom.
Perfect. There, he raised his hand.
Excellent. Thank you.
So, Michael, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. It's been a few years since I've used Zoom. I appreciate you taking the time. I'm new to this community. I've been here for 2.5 years. I'm retired. Worked for about 30 years in higher education, working my way up to a VP at College of the Canyons in nearby Santa Clarita. And I got to say, I've been listening to this meeting, and I'm really, really impressed with our city. And all of you who are applying for these commissions, and you certainly care, and I'd love to be a part of it. I want to volunteer. I want to be part of the city and get involved in things. I do have some background in teaching environmental issues, so I have some knowledge about the issues related to this commission or this committee, and want to be involved. And just want to say again, you people are pretty great, and I would love to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on behalf of the council? Seeing none. Kimberly Corey? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council and staff. I really didn't even know what this commission was until I got here today. I hadn't been able to find the little thing that told you about it. But I'm kind of a serial volunteer, and I'm looking for more ways to serve the community. And I'm outdoors all the time, so it just seemed like a good fit for me.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, any questions? No? Okay. I'll ask for Evan Hobson, followed by Scout Vernon.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and staff. I'm also new to this process. My name is Evan Hobson. I have over 10 years experience in environmental conservation and habitat restoration specifically. I currently work at UC Santa Barbara as a staff research associate and restoration project manager. I manage the campus lagoon and a number of open space areas on campus lands. Got to interact with the public and students, taught about environmental issues specifically relating to coastal bluffs. And I currently work on a large-scale restoration project in the city of Fillmore, which includes not only habitat restoration, but trail enhancement and creation for the community at large. I recently moved here just over 2 years ago. I enjoy being outdoors, habitat restoration in general, and I'd appreciate and love the opportunity to contribute to my community in that same capacity. So,
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your comments. And Scout Vernon.
Hey there, everyone. My name is Scout. I am newly a resident here, but plan to be a long-term resident. And I'm seeing this as a great opportunity to really serve the community and be a part of it. I'm not retired. I'm looking to just get involved and really excited about the opportunity to work with and be a part of the community. For me, my top priorities in this role would be acquiring more land for protection and use. I mean, it's amazing. We have this bluff trail. Everyone seems to enjoy it. I think if we can expand upon that, specifically up on like the hillside areas, it seems like a big opportunity. I would love to increase the trail miles here and continue to restore the native habitat for the native plants and animals. And I think I come here I went to Cal Poly and have a big background in native plants. So I have an expertise in understanding and knowing all of the native species that grow here. I'm an avid user of the public land here, both for biking, running, hiking, surfing, all the things. And I work in land stewardship and can lead partnerships with local organizations like the Sage Trail Alliance and Ojai Valley Land Conservancy, which grows native plants here. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you all to those who applied. I'll now ask the council to please complete your ranking form. Pads where you just dial in your answer. Besides it, I feel it's automatically.
Next year.
Next year.
If you could afford it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Mayor, so our top 7 vote getters for the Carpinteria Open Space Management Advisory Board, we have Patrick Crooks, Jonathan Lewis, Evan Hobson, David Allen, Ted Rhodes, James McElvain, and Scout Vernon.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the council. Any questions or suggestions? Okay, may I have a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Excellent. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, great.
And Mayor, if we could, we have a request to do the mobile home park board next. So if we just kind of go, that's, I think, in 2 or 3 down from this item.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. As we prepare for the Mobile Home Park Rent Stabilization Board, we'll go ahead and have the city clerk provide a presentation and then move into public comment, and then, of course, hear from our applicants.
All right, Mayor. So for the Mobile Home Park Rent Stabilization Board, it administers the city's rent stabilization ordinance, which is Carpinteria Municipal Code Chapter 5.69 for the city's mobile home parks. The board is empowered to approve, set, and adjust the rent schedule and maximum rents for the mobile home tenancies within the city. And the board consists of 5 members, all of which shall be appointed on an at-large basis by the council. And we have the following, 5 individuals for 5 slots.
Excellent, thank you. I'll go ahead and open up the public comment for mobile home park rent stabilization. Okay. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll call upon Kathleen Mates, followed by Daniel Trevor, if you'd like to share a few words.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much. I'm seeking reappointment. I've only been on the board. I was appointed last April, so it's been like 9 months. And I'm thrilled to see that we have 5 applicants for 5 seats, that the ordinance board will be fully staffed, and I appreciate that. You have all of the information in front of you, so I won't take up any more time, but I hope you appoint all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Trevor?
Can you bring the mic down?
If you want to come up here.
Good evening. I've been active in Carpinteria for many years. I've served on many boards and agencies and been active with the community. And I've served on the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Board the past years, and we've accomplished a great thing, I think. The homeowners or the managers of the park had done this little loophole where they could kick people out of rent control and then they would up their rents. And this board this past year were able, or the year before, we were able to get that ruling kicked out in the state level, so they no longer can do this. And I think it was a great thing that this community accomplished. And I would like to serve again on this board, be active with it. And I've lived in San Roque Mobile Home Park now for 25 some years. So I've been involved in the community too. So I'd appreciate you considering my application to serve on this board again. Being Carpinteria, this board is not very active. It doesn't have to be because things go really smooth here. But I think it's very important that we keep it moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Bob Franco, followed by Bart Dickens. Brian, do we have Bob Franco on Zoom?
I do not see him nor any raised hands at this moment.
Okay. Bart Dickens? Potentially via Zoom. Do you see any raised hands?
No, although I thought he was in the audience earlier.
Okay. And last but not least, Kathy Quigley.
Not on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. This is not one where we have to rank the members. So I would be.
Can I make a motion to approve the slate?
Yes, thank
as
you.
presented.
Second.
Excellent. Bring it back to the council. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Moving on to the Architectural Review Board.
All right, Mayor. So the Architectural Review Board evaluates the architectural merit of commercial, residential, and public building projects as established through Chapter 2.36 of the Carpinteria Municipal Code. The board also advises city staff and the Planning Commission on design standards, architectural landscape design, and also planning. Membership, it consists of 5 members with qualifications for being a resident of the city at the time of appointment and during the tenure in office, and that membership consists of a mix of lay and professional citizens skilled in the interpretation of architectural and landscape drawings and ability to evaluate the effects of proposed development upon surrounding areas. And so for tonight, we have the following individuals, current and new, applying to serve on the next 2-year segment of the Architectural Review Board.
Excellent, thank you. Richard, well, I'll go ahead and open up public comment. If there's any public comment on the ARB. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. And I will ask for the applicants. They're more than welcome to come and share a little bit about themselves. Richard Johnson.
You have my information before you. If you haven't seen it, shame on you. But anyway, you've seen me for 17 years on the Board of Architectural Review already, so you can pretty well speak to what we have done and what we haven't accomplished, which we wish we had accomplished. I came to Santa Barbara, the neighboring city, in '69. A lot of things happening then, a lot of things happening since. Got my license in '72, opened my own office in '76. Been practicing architecture ever since. Been on the board for 17 years. Look forward to another term of employment. Keeping it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay. Thank you. Patrick O'Connor, followed by Richard Little.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and staff. Just a few additional comments from my summary during the Planning Commission review. First of all, I've been on the board for a couple of years, having been appointed to fill an interim role and then being elected by the current council back a couple of years ago. And I think I've demonstrated my competence on the board up until this point. I would like to highlight that I think I bring an independent voice, one where I've both, voted, if you will, on the projects, both in support and in dissent. So I've not sort of followed the crowd, and I've brought, sometimes provocative input to the staff and to the Community Development Department, along with research, to sort of challenge the status quo on a number of things. A couple of priorities that I would like to highlight that haven't come up, that I think are important and can be addressed through the ARB in the evaluation of projects. And one has to do with, I think, a really important value for the community, which is safety. The two biggest threats that we have are fire and tide. And much of the inventory that we're evaluating, whether it's new projects or remodeling, if you will, or rehabilitating projects, are dealing with aging infrastructure. And that aging infrastructure, in part, is what gives the city its character. And we need to preserve that, but we also need to make it safe. And we need to make it safe for the threats that are in front of us. So there's some very specific things I think we can do in conjunction with ARB and planning and the staff and council to work particularly on the language that governs these thoughts. So in the safety element of the general plan, there's very specific language I think that needs to be developed to address what has been sort of consistent thoughts around the incentivizing the community to do improvements to properties to make them more safe in the course of development, and also density. Density is something that brings a lot of those risks to bear. As we do more and more development on less and less property, with bringing more uses to the existing infrastructure, that creates risk. We need to manage that risk, and I think the ARB is in a good place to do that. Certainly the Planning Commission's in a good place to do that, and we need to work together as sort of the three, councils, if you will, to bring those thoughts to the staff to be able to implement. So I think it flips the other way around, where the councils need to work and push ideas to the staff as opposed to the other way around. Having said that, I really enjoy the ARB. As an engineering background, I think I'm capable of reading the drawings and certainly doing the work surrounding it. I tend to do independent work beyond what's in the staff reports to bring thoughts and research around the zoning and use of the properties, and I'll continue to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. No questions? Okay. Let's see here. Richard Little? Okay. Is he on Zoom? Okay. Amy Blackmore? Is she on Zoom, Brian?
Yes, Amy is. Amy, go ahead.
Hi, members of the City Council. I've been on the ARB since 2021, and it's been an honor and a privilege to serve the community on the board. I'm a licensed landscape architect. I've been practicing in Carpinteria for about 16 years now, and love our community and love participating on the board, and would be honored to continue in that role.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Any questions? Okay. Moving on to the next individual, Amanda Martinez.
And Mayor, I do not see her on Zoom.
Okay. And last but not least, Lisa Wolf.
And Lisa is online. Lisa, go ahead. Lisa, if you want to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to introduce myself over Zoom. I'm sorry I'm not there. I had a conflict for tonight. My name is Lisa Wolf. I'm a new candidate for Carpinteria's Architectural Review Board. I have enjoyed Carpinteria for the last 28 years, 13 of those as a renter, and the last 15 as a homeowner. For architecture, I graduated with a degree from Cal Berkeley in architecture, and I followed that with coursework in construction management from Fresno State. I've served 4 years on an architectural review board in Fresno, and most recently, 9 years on Fresno County Planning Commission. which serves over 1 million people. I now live in Carpinteria full-time, and would like to offer my experience in a way that would best serve this lovely city. I'm familiar with most aspects of general plans, design, zoning, permitting, and construction. I've worked closely with planning departments and have full respect for the permit process, the thoughtful efforts and recommendations from the planning department staff. I actually consider myself a pretty good candidate for the ARB for a lot of reasons. One, I'm not related or have any relationships with any builder, landowner, developer. I'm not obligated to any cause that may affect my objectivity. I'm no longer working. I'm retired. I'm not looking for clients or design accounts. It sometimes helps. I have no prior agenda. I will remain unbiased and open-minded throughout this process. I'm pretty good at recognizing intentional omissions from presentations. I'm also pretty good at recognizing a developer's greed versus a dedicated long-term landlord that's committed to long-term economic benefits for an entire community. I'm grateful and admire the work done in the past ARB board. The candidates that I've listened to that are on the Planning Commission and the Architectural Review Board incumbents are incredible. I can't actually believe how talented the group is that's sitting in that room. I just wish that everybody could circulate through.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Wolf.
Sure. Okay. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions on the council, I'll ask if everyone could please rank, use the ranking sheet, and we can hand it over to the city clerk.
Mayor Alarcon, I apologize if I missed this. Did we already open for public comment? Okay, thank you.
All right, Mayor, so the top 5 applicants for Architectural Review Board, we have Patrick O'Connor, Amy Blakemore, Richard Johnson, Richard Little, and Lisa Wolf.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. If there aren't any questions or comments, I'll ask for a motion.
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to the Tree Advisory Board. Thank you.
right, Mayor. So the Tree Advisory Board assists city staff in the implementation of the city's street tree management plan and local regulations established for the maintenance of street trees. Membership consists of 5 members, with qualifications being a resident of the Carpinteria Valley and a composition of a mix of lay citizens and professionals from pertinent discipline. And for tonight's consideration, there are 6 applicants applying for the 5 positions on the board.
Excellent, thank you. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment on the Tree Advisory Board. Do we have any on Zoom?
I saw a raised hand, but I believe it was one of the applicants.
Okay, so seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And again, I'll go ahead and call the applicants. They're welcome to speak if they'd like to do so. Patrick Crooks.
All right, so Patrick, go ahead, Patrick.
Good evening again. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, I'm just so proud to be at Carpinteria and see all these folks here looking to participate, and just encourage Councilmember Nomura as well. You know, I think reiterating that getting as many folks involved in our public process as can is the best way we can all get the outcomes, I think, that better serve our community. So I'll give a little background and plug that I do practice as an environmental consultant myself, and am a certified arborist, and looking to gain more certifications as a registered consulting arborist, and attend, you know, multiple symposiums throughout the year on street trees, and have a pretty good awareness of all that stuff in my day-to-day. So just looking forward for the opportunity to serve again in this role. So thanks for your consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask applicant Diane Ledbetter. Is she on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, I do not see her online.
Okay, Suzanne Milhue.
Hello, everyone. Do I have this on this time? I have been on the Tree Advisory Board for, I believe, 2 terms, and it's because, I always forget that, because I feel that the urban forest is critical to every community. It not only beautifies our community, but it enriches our soils, purifies our airs, and provides wildlife habitat. And that is very important. In the past, I've made consultations with experts elsewhere to help me make decisions when I'm faced with a decision over a street tree or a failing tree or a dispute with a neighbor. And so I think it's important to put that effort into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale Olivas. Welcome.
Oh, how's everyone doing tonight? Well, thank you for letting us reapply for being. I love trees. That's what I do for 30 years, and I love to see our protecting our trees, our local trees. Very important. Habitat, safety, number one, always number one. Make sure our trees are healthy and vibrant enough to be safe for pedestrians walking, and with the winds that we've had, I really enjoy trees. I've been doing it for 30 years, and I'm every day out there in the field with trees. So I hope to have an opportunity to redo trees with our city here and help be a part of the 5 people that help. Stumbling on words here, I apologize. Just love carp, love our trees, just want to protect them.
Thank you. Great. Any questions? Nope. Thank you for applying. Let's see here, Susan Everett.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Susan Everett, and I'm here to ask your support for appointment to the Tree Advisory Board. I'm retired and now have time to serve my community, and this seemed like a good fit for me. I don't have any arborist background, but I do have a love for trees in our urban forest, and I'd like to see our city pursue identifying native plants or native trees to plant in our parkways and parks. I'd also kind of like to see all the committees collaborate and come up with a list of native trees and flora that would be appropriate for our climate and our Mediterranean climate that future projects can use when they go to the ARB and the Planning Commission. I plan to implement the city's policies and regulations, and I hope to do that with your support. And I'd like to be on the board.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for applying. And Shelby Donald.
Mayor, I do not see her online.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and ask the council to please fill out your ranking sheet, and we can submit it to the clerk.
All right, Mayor, so the top 5 applicants for the Tree Advisory Board are Patrick Crooks, Diane Ledbetter, Susan Everett, Dale Olivas, and Susan Mayhew.
Great, thank you. I'll go ahead and bring that back to the council. If there are any questions or comments, I'll ask for a motion.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, Mayor, we're almost there, almost finished. The next one is the Downtown Tea Business Advisory Board. So its duties includes advising the City Council on parking and business improvement matters within the downtown retail business areas of the city. The board has a duty to file an annual report with the City Council making recommendations on the expenditure of revenues derived from the levying of assessments, an estimate of the cost of providing the improvements and activities, the method used of levying the assessment, the amount of any surpluses carried over from the previous year, and any contributions made from other sources. It is comprised of 7 members, with 4 of those members paying assessments within the Parking and Business Improvement Area Assessment District, number 4, and 3 members from the general public as determined by the council. There are also 3 assessment paying member alternates. And so for tonight, we have The two different categories here, we have the assessment paying members up at the top, and then below the at-large members. So we'll take the assessment paying members first and then proceed on the at-large members.
Excellent, thank you. I'll go ahead now and open up public comment for Downtown T Business Advisory Board. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will start with the assessment paying members. The applicants, I will call your name, and you're more than welcome to share a little bit about yourself and the reason why you're applying. Mary Beth Radley.
And Mayor, I do not see her online.
Okay. Christina Colkins.
Hello, Mayor, council members, city staff, and community. I am Christina Colkins, and I have served 2 years on this Downtown T board. And during that time, we have been very active. We've created a map that now the City Host Program gives out also, and the merchants have it around Downtown T. We have collected emails of our businesses because currently the city could only contact them with with snail mail. And we've also created newsletters. So I'm very proud of what we have done, along with supporting the different events downtown that help bring the community down and out-of-town people down to support our Downtown T businesses. My qualifications are I have a business background. I came to college here, loved it, didn't want to leave, and I am currently the director at the Carpinteria Arts Center. So being centrally located on Linden Avenue, my door's open. People can come talk to me at any time. Along with that, my boots do the walking. I have visited all the Downtown T businesses, handed out flyers for our Downtown T trick-or-treating, and helped collect the emails, of course. And we have lots of free events at the Arts Center that bring people together, so I'm very available to people. And my specialty is actually public relations and community engagement. Además, hablo español. I also speak Spanish. And at the Art Center, we have special programs that we take and offer for free to the 3 people self-help housing complexes in town, along with the Carpinteria Children's Project. So I have a lot of interaction with the entire community, not just Downtown T, because I also volunteer a lot. So I help connect people, and I'd be honored and delighted to serve again on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Andre Jackson.
Good evening, council, staff, community. I'd kind of like to say I let Christina speak for all of us. That was fantastic. Thank you. I just joined the Downtown Tea Association last year. I don't think I've been on the board quite a full year yet. Been a long-time resident, moved away, came back, and now I'm a business owner. And I felt like it was super important to start getting involved a little more closely with the city. And this was a nice, not as large time commitment, but a nice place to be involved, help see what our resources are doing for the city, get to know more of you, and hopefully be an avenue between our community and the city and what's going on. So I've really enjoyed my time. I'd like to continue to be more involved.
Great, thank you. Questions? None? We're going to go ahead and move to the at-large members. Lorraine McIntyre.
We do have a hand raised for iPhone 2, which may be Lorraine.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Lorraine, is that you?
Hello, Brian.
Yes,
Yes, it
Lorraine.
is. Just got back from Manhattan a few minutes ago. I just came in from the airport, and I'm so glad that I was able to at least stop driving for this important meeting. So my name is Lorraine McIntyre. I've been a resident of Carpinteria for about 11 years. I have recently retired as a VP of tax for Camping World. I've had other positions since I've moved here. I was the director of tax at lynda.com, which brought me down here from the Bay Area. I'm former president of the Rotary Club of Carpinteria Sunset, and you probably all know me from Carpinteria Dog Owners Group. I have been the chair of the DTBAB for the past 2 years, and I have to say I'm very proud of what we have accomplished. Christina has summed it up very well. I came on board with Mary Beth Radley was, I think, the only continuity on the board, and we together recruited a full board. We've had 21, fully staffed board meetings. We've invited members of the public over the past 2 years. But nonetheless, with the help of everybody's talent on the board, we've created a mission statement. We've created quarterly newsletters. We're very actively engaged with the business community. We advise the city on the best ways to spend the dues that are collected downtown. We've increased our sponsorship for the parades, for the downtown trick-or-treating. We've even kicked in money to buy more holiday decoration lights to try to brighten up Linden Street and the T. As Christina mentioned, we're on our third printing of the map, which we created with original artwork from John Woolbrandt. And that features a lot of our downtown T businesses as well as city assets on the other side. And it's a fold-out map. It's also digitally available on the city website. And we're currently in the process of working on drone video footage with Larry Nimmer to feature some of the storefronts of the businesses, and that will also be available to publish on the city website. So I would love to be reappointed for another term so that I could help see these projects across the finish line. And I would appreciate your support and that of our continuing board members.
Thank you. Thank you, Lorraine. Michelle Carlin? Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, mayor, council, staff, and of course, our residents. I'm Michelle Carlin. I am currently serving out my 2-year term as at-large board member, and I'm the owner and founder of Alignment Advising, which is a boutique business consulting and professional development coaching firm. And I have clients all over California. My background is in tourism. I spent 25 years working for different tourism bureaus and agency all throughout California, from San Diego to Orange County, into Santa Barbara and up to Monterey. So I bring a very unique perspective and set of expertise that I believe this city needs. There is a lot of development going on in downtown. There's businesses that are moving out or closing. There's new ones coming in. And I think the work that this downtown advisory board has done is really created some collaboration and cohesiveness as to how we're promoting people to get downtown, whether that's residents or visitors. And I would just love to see that our group, which Christina, Andre, Kevin, who I'm not sure is here, but also Lorraine has led us into what I would consider a new age or a new chapter. I think that you all have seen the benefits of the work that we've done. And so I am reapplying and request to be considered. I unfortunately had to leave after living here for 5 years due to a mold issue that was causing me health problems. So I'm no longer in Carpinteria as a resident, but I'm here all the time. I patronize our businesses. I visit all of our businesses and absolutely love the beach, love the community, and I'm always a cheerleader. And so thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Kathy Quigley? Is Kathy on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, I do not see her.
Okay. Bubby Vernon?
And Mayor, I do not see him on Zoom either.
And Thomas Schmitz?
The same.
Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council to fill in the ranking sheets for the at-large members.
And so, Mayor, I don't know if you first want to do a motion just for the assessment paying members? There's no ranking?
That's fine, we can do that.
And then do the ranking of the at-large,
Yeah.
however you want.
I'll bring it back to the council if I can have a motion for the assessment paying members.
I'll move to accept the assessment paying candidates for downtown T.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great.
All right, Mayor, so the top 3 applicants for the DTBAB at-large members are Lorraine McIntyre, Michelle Carlin, and Kathy Quigley.
Excellent, thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Any questions, suggestions? Okay, if not, I'll ask for a motion.
So moved.
Excellent, and a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor, just a few more to go, but these are easy. There's no ranking, and they're not as many applicants. So we'll start off with, let's see, the Integrated Pest Management Committee. And so this committee focuses on the methods to reduce the use of pesticides while considering maintenance standards for city parks, open spaces, roadways, and buildings. And it is comprised of no fewer than 5 and no more than 9 members that include representation from the Parks and Rec Department, the Public Works Department, the Carpinteria Open Space Management Advisory Board, and at least 2 at-large community members. And so for tonight, we've got Patrick Crooks, who is currently serving as the committee's Carpinteria Open Space Management Advisory Board representative, and Will Carlton as the at-large member. And that's the only 2 that have applied for the IPM committee.
Excellent, thank you. I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment for the Integrated Pest Management Committee. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. And again, should the applicants wish to share a few words, you're more than welcome to. Patrick Crooks.
Patrick, go ahead. Patrick, are you there? Oh, I'm sorry. There you go, Patrick. Now you should be able to talk.
There you go. Still here with you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, I guess I just kind of want to reiterate on this one. I came over from the Bluffs advisory position in this role, and our membership has sure dropped off, especially with Matt Roberts, our previous Parks and Rec director, retirement. So I guess I would just look, I don't honestly think we've met in the last couple of years. Will is the only one, Will Cartland's the only one that has remained on in the 7-8 years that we've been meeting. But I guess, again, probably a resolution that this was formed and just a reminder to go back to keeping everybody honest with the intent of this. Again, I serve as an environmental consultant. I'm very aware of application rates and pesticides, herbicide use out there, in our Parks and Rec space. So I'm familiar with all that stuff, but would just look again to make sure that we're getting those annual reports and our Showscapes, our contractor, are getting those reports out to the state as the applicator and having the ability to review those documents at this advisory board committee role, I think is an important thing for our community to do and be looking at. So just trying to keep it honest, but looking forward to continuing if those annual reports come forward and can work through some of those issues if there are any to resolve. So appreciate it. Thanks again.
Thank you. Next, Will Carlton.
Mayor, hold on one second. Nope. No, I do not see him. I do not see Will on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council.
So we need a motion just to, okay, well, I move to accept these two candidates in their current roles in the Integrated Pest Management Committee.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, then the next one. Oops. Okay, the next one is Environmental Review Committee, which is serves the public interest by providing direct input to the city's environmental review process. And it's a 5-member committee made up of the city manager or their designee, city engineer, the community development director or their designee, and the city biological resource specialist, and 1 member of the general public. And so for tonight, we have 2 applicants applying for the public member position. We have Danielle Ojeda Ross and Jenny Slaughter.
Excellent, thank you. I'll go ahead and open up public comment for the Environmental Review Committee. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close that. And again, applicants are welcome to share a little bit about themselves if they wish. Daniel Ojeda Ross.
And Mayor, I do not see him on Zoom.
Okay, and Jenny Slaughter.
And I do not see her on Zoom either.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back to the council. This is the last one that we will need to rank. If you can fill out your ranking form, and we will hand it over to the clerk.
All right, Mayor, so the number one applicant for the Environmental Review Committee is Jenny Slaughter.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. If there aren't any other comments, then I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move to recommend Jenny Slaughter for the position on the Environmental Review Committee.
Second.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I missed the second. On that.
The second was Councilmember Mayor.
It was Wade.
Wade. Number.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank
Either
you.
or.
Same. Just beat me.
Happened so fast.
It's quick on the draw.
All right, so next is the Community Development Block Grant Committee, which reviews grant applications for CDBG funds and makes recommendations to the City Council on which applications to fund and supports the community's interests and helps address identified needs. Is comprised of one member of the Planning Commission, 2 at-large community members, and 1 alternate at-large member. For tonight, we have 2 applicants. One is Glenn Lefevers, who is the current Planning Commission representative, and then Jessica Petrillo, who is the applying for the at-large community member, who's also the current member.
Great,
right now.
thank you. So I'll go ahead and open up public comment for CDBG committee. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. And I'll ask, of course, applicants are welcome to share a little bit about themselves if they'd like to. Glenn Lefevers.
Mayor, I do not see him on Zoom,
Okay, Jessica Petrillo.
and I do not see her on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I'll move to appoint those 2 members to the Community Development Block Grant Committee.
Second.
Thank you. First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, great, thank you.
All right, so the last 3 we're kind of do together. There's the Santa Barbara Mosquito and Vector Management District. And so that consists of 7 members, 5 of whom are appointed by the County of Santa Barbara, 1 appointed by the City of Goleta, and 1 by the City of Carpinteria. And the City of Carpinteria representative must reside in the city. And the duties of this district include, it's an independent special district that controls and monitors disease-carrying insects, rodents, and other vectors such as mosquitoes. And so we've received 1 application from Joe Franken, who's currently sitting on this committee, or on this district. And then if I can just do the next 2, and like I said, we can do these all 3 together. We have the Community Media Access Center, which is also known as TV Santa Barbara Board of Directors. TV Santa Barbara is a local nonprofit community and media center helping everyday people connect, learn, and create and share media featuring their community. The Board of Directors is guided is a 9-member Board of Directors, including representatives from Cox Cable, the County of Santa Barbara, and the City of Carpinteria. We've received no applications for this committee.
On that one, do you have the incumbent member? I believe that was Gary Dobbins, who expressed interest in wanting to remain in that position, but he may not have applied.
He did not let me know that. He did not submit an application either. So that doesn't mean that he can't continue to do that in the future, to bring an application forward, and then I could bring an item for council's consideration at a future meeting to appoint him to continue on the Community Media Access Center. So for tonight, there's no action on this Board of Directors. Then the last item is the County Library Advisory Committee, which reviews services and operations and makes advisory recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding the level of services necessary to ensure adequate library services. Its membership includes county district representatives, city representatives, library directors, Board of Supervisors representative, and county staff. And we have received 1 application from Glenn Birdwell, who is our current serving on our city's Library Advisory Commission.
Great, thank you. So I'll go ahead and open up public comment for the SB Mosquito and Vector Management District, the County Library Advisory Committee, and Community Media Access Center. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll, again, applicants are welcome to share a little bit about themselves. For the SB Mosquito and Vector Management District, Joe Franken.
Mayor, I do not see him online.
Okay. For the County Library Advisory Committee, Glenn Birdwell.
And I do not, oh.
Would you like to share a few comments at the podium?
I was just going to say, I'm good if you're good.
Thank you.
We kind of spoke a little bit before about how I thought the two roles would work really well together. So unless you have any other questions for me.
Nope, looks like we don't. Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council.
I move to accept the candidates for the Santa Barbara Mosquito and Vector Management District, Joe Franken, and the County Library Advisory Committee, Glenn Birdwell.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent.
And Mayor, if I could add one last statement to everybody, that even though people who may have applied at tonight's meeting, they can still apply for future for future boards or committees or commissions vacancies. So again, tonight's not the end of the world. Yes.
All right, thank you. And I'd
Still
like
plenty
to,
of opportunities.
Yeah. Would you like to
Yeah, real quick
share some comments?
comment or question. I would also like to make sure that we have those vacancies that we have not yet filled, have those posted up on the city website.
Of course, absolutely. And we'll still try to do as much recruitment as we can to fill those positions.
Councilmember Clark.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody who applied for these positions, for your time in applying and coming out tonight. I really appreciate your interest in being involved in the community.
And I'd like to just say, I know that this may have felt like a painful process for many because you're here for other things, other agenda items, but I can't express enough, similar to Councilmember Namora and Clark, that the individuals that we've appointed to these committees really make an impact in Carpinteria and oftentimes provide the council with recommendations. And so I know I'm going on my 4th year, and this is really the first time where, of course, I've read through the applications, but really the first time where I've been able to see our applicants in person and really hear the passion behind why they're applying and really being a part of this community. So thank you.
And Mayor, I'm sorry, one last step is if we could have a motion to adopt the resolution numbers 6355 through 6364, approving all the appointments that you've just made.
Excellent.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item number 3, the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024.
Mayor, if I could request, we had 2 presenters, and we just need if we could have a 5-minute break and return back at a couple minutes before 8.
Okay, yeah, absolutely, 5 minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. welcome back to the Carpinteria City Council meeting, and we will move on to agenda item number 3, which is the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, and I'll ask for a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and public. I am here tonight with the city's annual comprehensive financial report, or ACFR for short, for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. The financials were audited by Rogers, Anders, Malady, and Scott, certified public accountants. We have Evelyn Morentin Barcelona, a manager for the firm, to present part of this report via Zoom. The firm has issued an unmodified or clean opinion of the financial statements, meaning that in their opinion, the financial statements present fairly the respective financial position of the city in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles. For the 25th consecutive year, the city has been awarded the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for its 2022-23 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. We believe the 2023-24 ACFR continues to meet the certificate program's requirements and has been submitted to the GFOA for review to determine its eligibility for another certificate. For fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024, the general fund's balance was $16.2 million. Of that amount, $1.2 million was restricted for the Pension Stability Trust. Council committed additional balances, including $1.1 million for the Major Asset Replacement and Repair Reserve Fund, meeting the policy level of $1 million at the end of the fiscal year. $5.3 million for Economic Uncertainties Reserve, meeting the city's reserve policy of at least 40% of general fund operating expenditures. And $833,000 for general reserve special projects, which falls short of the $1 million policy level at the end of the fiscal year. Measure X balance was $5.2 million assigned for improvements and services, and the remaining fund balance of $2.5 million was unassigned. Overall, the city's combined fund balance was $22.5 million, reflecting an increase of $1.7 million over the budget fund balance of $20.9 million. At the end of the fiscal year 2024, all the funds had zero or positive fund balances. The full report may be viewed on the city's website by choosing Administrative Services under the Government drop-down list on the homepage. I will now pass it over to Evelyn to present the auditor's report on internal controls, auditor's report on appropriation limit calculations, and auditor's report to those charged with governance.
Hi, good evening, members of council. Can you all hear me well?
Yes.
Great. So good evening. My name is Evelyn Morendi Barcena. As Lisette mentioned, I am a manager here at Rogers, Anderson, Malady, and Scott, RAMS for short. So I'll just, give a brief overview of our duties and responsibilities over these reports. First and foremost, I want to go ahead and thank City Council for allowing us to continue to provide you with this service of being your auditors. Lisette and her team, were really great, even though they had a loss of, a very key finance person. Lisette stepped in and, helped us get through the audit. So we're grateful for her help and the help of all of her staff. You guys have a really, solid team down there. So made the audit very clean and efficient. So definitely a shout out to Lisette and her team, for all of their help to make sure that we got this audit done in time. So the first report that Lisette mentioned is that report, auditor's opinion on the financial statements. So our, piece of the audit is making sure that the financial statements presented by management are fairly presented in all material respects. And I really want to call attention to that word material respects and reasonable assurance, because that is the highest level that we can actually give as auditors. We can't give absolute assurance because that would require going through every individual transaction, and that just, there's no way that anybody would get any audits done in that way. So we do give reasonable assurance, though, which is what we've given on the audit opinion. And so we did issue an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion. It means that everything that we saw presented in the financial statements seemed to be materially stated. We did that through looking at a lot of corroborating evidence, looking at, your substantive items, confirming balances, where we can with financial institutions and third parties as we deem necessary, and looking at supporting documentation provided by the city. So we did issue a clean opinion, and there's nothing in there that, we think, caused us to be alert for, ND indicators. There is a small paragraph in there. If you look on page, if you look on note 1 of the financial statements, that there was an implementation of a new GASB, and that was GASB 100, which changed a little bit the presentation of the financial statements. So you may see a little bit of differences in the actual presentation of the financial statements when things move from major to non-major. So just something to kind of take note, nothing, that modified our opinion with respect to that matter. We think that the GASB was appropriately implemented, and that, there were no concerns about that. I'll pause for a second over the financial audit opinion report, see if I have any questions.
No questions on behalf of the council.
Great. Okay, so let's move on to the next report then. It's that report over internal control, over financial reporting. And that goes from the first step of the audit all the way through issuance. We are constantly trying to make sure that we have an appropriate understanding of how the city runs and what the processes are in place, not just in finance, but also with purchasing, with council, to see the different levels of authority and the thresholds. We look at our policies and procedures, make sure that the city is actually in line with those things. So that report, the GAS report, or the Governmental Auditing Standards report, basically states that we are looking at your internal control structure and making sure that there's nothing in there that causes us to believe that there is a material weakness or a significant deficiency that would cause us to, raise concern about the internal controls. Like I said, Lisette and her team are great, but it is a small finance department. So sometimes when small finance departments happen, there is some issues with segregation of duties. And part of it is because the staffing maybe needs to be a little bit more robust, but then you come into cost benefit and what's really, the appropriate measure, and there's no right or wrong answer to that. Every city has their own individual assessment of what they believe is necessary. And then the other side of that is the capability of the accounting software and what you can do with that. There's a lot of things that you can do with accounting softwares now where segregation of duties in a small finance department can be achieved. However, it depends on what level your finance system is at. So with your current system, it looks like there were a little bit of segregation of duties items that we saw, which again is because of like the small finance department. But the other part is that there was turnover. So there were some positions that kind of had to get covered while people were out. So you'll see that as a finding on side of the GAS report. Nothing that, we think is a material weakness. It is a significant deficiency, but I think Lisette has, been working with Tyler to make sure that they're implementing as much as they can within the financial reporting software itself and filling in those gaps. I think that they're trying really hard to kind of mitigate that risk. And again, it's a very common risk for smaller cities that have a smaller finance department, so it's not uncommon to have that. But again, Lisette and her team just do a fantastic job trying to do what they can and, still stand up, finance, department. So I'll pause on that one for a second too and take any questions if anyone has any.
Seeing no questions.
Great. The final report is that letter to governance. So that is the letter that is especially curated for yourselves, since you have a fiduciary capacity over the audit to make sure that over the city and over the audit, making sure that the policies and procedures are being followed, that you're setting the tone at the top. That's very important. And we've seen, the various reports that you look at, you're very integrated, very in the know with what's happening with the city, which is a great control structure that we see. And so with that, there are required communications that we have. Part of it being with the scoping and the timing of the audit. If we encountered any significant difficulties during the audit, which we didn't, significant risks identified, significant estimates identified, which kind of tailor to each individual location, and some are inherent. So you'll see inside of a significant risks paragraph, inside of that SAS 114 letter, there is like a couple on there. Those risks are inherent in every audit. So it's not that we identified something within the city that causes us to believe that there was an increased risk. This is a risk in every single audit that we do, and there is a required requirement to communicate that to you. So just because you see significant risks identified doesn't mean that something actually was seen as a part of our procedures. It's that these are risks that are inherent in every audit, and we have a requirement and a responsibility to let you know that these are present. Significant estimates, is the next section that follows, and that really has to deal with the entity's bucks. What do you have that is a significant estimate that can fluctuate like highly year over year? And the two biggest items that you'll notice in there is that pension and those OPEB balances. Those are based on actuarial valuations, extremely complex calculations that we actually get specialists to help us with that. So CalPERS is a specialist for your pension obligation. And then for your OPEB, you have a separate actuary for that as well that actually calculates those balances. And we do test, some of those for reasonableness based on census data, which it's derived from, and make sure that that's accurate. So those are some of the significant, estimates that are inside of there. You'll see a couple more communications about consultation with other accountants, things of that nature. So again, it's pretty standard, nothing in there that, is significant to kind of call out. But if anybody had any questions over that report or that letter, I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? No questions on behalf of the council.
Great. I think those are the report, Lisette. Did I miss any?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Well, that's all I have. If there's no other questions, thank you again very much for allowing us to, be your auditors and provide this service. And I hope you all have a great evening.
Great, thank you. Okay, bringing it back to the council, seeing no questions, I'll go ahead and open up public comment. Okay, seeing none, do we have any public comment online, Brian?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for any last comments or a motion.
I'll move to receive and file the annual comprehensive financial report.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you. Moving on to item number 4, which is the Ad Hoc Harbor Seal Advisory Committee recommendations. If I can hear from our director, Janet Gant, for the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, members of the public. Tonight I'll be presenting final recommendations from the 2024 Ad Hoc Harbor Seal Advisory Committee. Harbor seals are known to haul out along the Carpinteria coastline, commonly known as the Seal Sanctuary or the Rookery, which is located just east of the Casitas Pier. The harbor seal haul-out area is located near the midpoint of the approximate 3-mile length of coastline that is within the city limits, between the city and state park beaches to the west and the more remote coastline to the east before reaching Rincon. This section of the beach is closed each year. This section of the beach is closed each year, December 1st through May 31st, for the harbor seal pupping season. You can see the red dot here is a slight indicator of where the harbor seal rookery is. In 2021, Council formed the Ad Hoc Harbor Seal Advisory Committee, or HSAC, to examine a decline in seal numbers and make recommendations to the Council regarding potential preservation efforts. On July 10th, 2023, the City Council received and filed HSAC's 2023 Harbor Seal Rookery Report. On October 23rd of that same year, the City Council reformed HSAC and tasked the group with making recommendations to the City Council concerning developing an understanding of the local harbor seal population, including causes of recent trends in birth and haul-out numbers, and advancing the recommendations from the 2023 Harbor Seal Rookery Report to mitigate habitat degradation and incidents of harassment in the city. A few of the 2023 Harbor Seal Rookery Report recommendations are listed here, and the full presentation is Attachment A in your staff report. The recommendations included updating the municipal code, extending the timing or length of the beach closure by as little as 1 month and up to a year-round closure, a city sign program, develop a formal docent training program, and provide support for Seal Watch and establishing a park ranger position, among other recommendations. In both iterations of the HSAC, signs were created and posted at either end of the rookery, and you can see just a few of those signs here. In 2024, HSAC completed 4 of their priorities shown here. And as shown on the previous slide, new beach closure signs were created and approved, as well as signs provided by NOAA, which are now posted. The group was also able to survey the Seal Watch volunteers, as well as digitize Seal Watch data. And based on the data collected, the group is recommending a 3-year closure of the rookery. Also completed this year was the creation of a web page to provide information on harbor seals, the rookery, and the laws in place to protect marine mammals. At its final meeting on December 19th, 2024, HSAC voted on the final documents that are attached to the staff report, one of which is the list of their priorities. The priorities presented to you all tonight are categorized based on desirability and feasibility. Although the desirability of some items were high, the group understood that the feasibility might be low, especially for those items with a higher dollar amount. HSAC had many priorities shown here, which were deferred for a number of reasons, namely the group's agreement to focus on the priorities that were listed in the previous slide. To focus their efforts, HSAC's work was split amongst subgroups, a survey working group and a data collection working group. The survey working group was responsible for surveying the local volunteer group, Seal Watch, to gauge their interest in increased city involvement in their volunteer operations. 117 surveys were distributed to the volunteers and 45 were returned. The responses are summarized in attachment C of the staff report. When asked about the city increasing its involvement in Seal Watch, the top 3 areas of agreement among surveyed volunteers were educating the public on the colony's vulnerabilities and ways to help mitigate them, publicizing the need for more Seal Watch volunteers, and providing additional protective signage on the beach. When asked, would you like to see the current beach closure extended? Roughly 23% said partially by 2 to 4 months, 35% said no, and 42% responded yes all year. Sorry, my apologies. The data collection working group was formed to focus on the harbor seal count data. This effort included digitizing and analyzing decades of existing data collected by Seal Watch. As you can see here, counts from 2020 and 2024 show that for the months of March, April, and May, the number of seals observed increased. This is also the same time that the beach is closed for the pupping season. The counts shown here for June, July, and August, when the beach is open, show a decrease in the number of harbor seals recorded. The data collection working group created a request for temporary beach closure document, which is attachment D in the staff report, and the group voted to move forward with the request for a 3-year beach closure to City Council. This request was also brought to COSMAB, in which they also voted to support the HSAC's recommendation to Council. The goal of the closure is to reduce the impacts of disturbances on the health and survival of the seals, and data collected during that time would be used to inform the city and the Coastal Commission on if the closure was effective. By majority vote, the committee believes that a beach closure will be the most effective long-term measure to prevent harassment of harbor seals. Throughout HSAC's discussions, the City of San Diego and the closure of Point La Jolla were brought up a number of times as an example of when the Coastal Commission did approve a beach closure due to the interactions between humans and marine mammals. Because of this, I spent some time conducting research on the measures taken by the City of San Diego in closing Point La Jolla Beach to protect the sea lion population. Additionally, we were also able to connect with some City of San Diego staff over the phone who were able to provide us some information about their experience. In response to well-known conflicts between the public and sea lions, in April of 2022, the California Coastal Commission approved a seasonal closure of Point La Jolla from May 1st to October 31st for 7 years. In September of 2023, the City of San Diego applied to extend the seasonal closure to a year-round closure lasting for 7 years. Examples of conflicts included people taking selfies, people getting too close, people attempting to pet and wake up the animals, and dogs on the beach. Permit conditions of approval for the closure were extensive and include signage, physical barriers to prevent people from accessing the area, city park rangers on site daily to educate visitors and enforce rules, the creation of an annual monitoring plan which stipulates exactly which data needs to be recorded and when, and the City of San Diego must submit their annual monitoring plans reports to Coastal Commission. These reports must detail the number of sea lions, number of people in the vicinity, instances of harassment, citations, or warnings given, and environmental conditions of the area, among other things. In speaking with the City of San Diego staff, we learned that it was one senior planner's full-time workload to apply for permits through the Coastal Commission. And now that the closure is in place, it is a significant part of their workload to do the ongoing reporting and adhering to the conditions outlined in the permit. Additionally, as required by the permit, 2 full-time rangers must be stationed at Point La Jolla daily and are not responsible for any other location in the city during their shifts other than Point La Jolla. Other staff support from the City of San Diego includes the Parks and Recreation's Deputy Director time to support the staff to provide reports and updates to councils and commissions as needed. And this concludes my report for this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your report. I'll bring it back to the council for any questions.
Yeah, well, first thing I did want to note, thank you for the thorough report, and thank you to our city clerk for putting together all of the public comment. Just in the interest of transparency, I did notice in the public comment that the petition pages were duplicated in the attachments, and so I think it was a little bit hard to figure out actually how many petition pages there were because we received the same ones multiple times. I think because different people submitted them, so I just wanted to make that clear that it wasn't a completely accurate representation of the petition. But I do have a couple questions too. So during our meetings, HSAC had also gotten communication from between city staff and then a Coastal Commission staffer about the potential feasibility of looking into this closure, and that email response from Coastal Commission was shared with the committee a couple times. Could you just summarize that, just so that, because that was part of what guided our conversations?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. That email exchange happened right before my time here with the city, but I do have it, and my colleague Nick is available as well in case I misspeak. But it was after reviewing the information provided, the Coastal Commission had stated that our beach and our rookery here would not qualify for the emergency coastal permit or closure, and that some of the information provided was quite different from San Diego, and so they had provided us with the links to the staff reports from the City of San Diego and the Coastal Commission outlining the process that San Diego went through that I outlined very briefly here for you, and suggested that to go through the coastal development permit route would be the right way, the next step for the City of Carpinteria, should we choose to do that.
And so kind of following up in that direction, then what based on the requirements that Coastal Commission had of the for the Point La Jolla closure, what would the budget estimate be for us to be able to fulfill those requirements in a way that that would make the beach closure a real possibility from Coastal Commission's perspective?
Yeah, that's a good question, and one I've definitely been thinking about a lot as we went through the Harbor Seal Advisory Committee meetings and talked about this closure. To be honest, it will be difficult to quantify it exactly, as the Point La Jolla, just the area is quite different from ours. The natural point makes it easier to close off, provide barriers. If you've ever been there, the way to access it is not the same as here. So in summary, I couldn't provide an exact dollar amount on the barriers that would be needed to physically close our beach here, but in staff time, if we were to do rough cost estimates of fully burdened staff for 2 park rangers and a senior park planner. I think I calculated it out at about $380,000 a year in staff time alone if we were to get the 2 park rangers and 1 senior planner's time.
Okay, and then in terms of part of why we would need the developer's time, the staffer's time would be for this coastal development permit. And so would that be the first step okay, and what would that step look like, doing that permit process?
Yeah, that's a great question, and one we asked when we met with the City of San Diego as well. So the first step would be filling out the application, which at first glance is very, very straightforward, very simple questions. However, the City of San Diego did let us know that the Coastal Commission responded to their application with something like 3 pages of follow-up questions and seeking further information, to which the City of San Diego senior planner, I believe, stated her response was, upwards of 5 pages of more information, data providing. But yeah, to answer your question more clearly, the first step would be the coastal development permit application, and then we would follow up with Coastal Commission really based on whatever they were asking and requiring from city staff.
And then my last question on that then is, do we have city staff who could take this on as part of their duties already?
That's a great question, Vice Mayor. If I may, I would suggest it would be part of some work plan, a future work plan. I know that's something we've been discussing. I can speak for my department that the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department does not have staff availability at this time to pursue this, no.
Well, and then actually, sorry, one more quick follow-up question to that. Would the budget, the discussions we have around the budget, would that be an appropriate time to perhaps revisit this if we're looking at the need to allocate funds for this through either staff time or additional purchasing of signage or barriers or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Slauson, I'll answer that question. So with all of the items that are put forward, not just this item, but through the City Council goals and priorities process that we went through, we discussed at that time that while we would be adopting those goals and priorities, the staff's actual work plan items, which is our strategic goals and objectives, would need to be vetted through the budget process. For example, as part of the public engagement goal, I had proposed a possible Citizens Academy. It's a great idea, but would need to be vetted along with, in consideration with all the other cities' existing programs and services. So that would take place through that process, yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Councilmember
Yeah,
Clark?
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
On the budget you mentioned, we had a comment from the public saying that, San Diego, two words to the effect, San Diego's a bigger place, and maybe, we could have a smaller budget here. I mean, I was wondering if you knew exactly from your discussions with the City of San Diego people why they had 2 rangers. Couldn't they get away with 1, or couldn't we get away with 1, or?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's my understanding that the 2 park rangers was a stipulation of the Coastal Commission to approve the permit, that they set that parameter in place. I don't know.
But you don't know the rationale for the 2?
Unfortunately, I do not know. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and open up public comment. And we have a handful of public comment slips. So I'll just ask that, the speakers be prepared. So it'll be Mike Wondolowski, followed by Susan Mayhew.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Mike Wondolowski. I was a member of the 2024 Harbor Seal Advisory Committee, but I'm speaking here tonight as a representative of Carpinteria Valley Association. CVA supports the committee's recommendation for the trial 3-year period of beach closure. And just quite quickly, as we saw, the data conclusively shows that the population is declining. Analysis by the committee concluded there's many possible causes for the decline, and there's likely multiple causes all added together. And in fact, because we've seen that the decline is regional, not just isolated to here, there's some regional effect, and that's not just us. But the city has control over certain things. We can't affect directly or significantly global warming and ocean acidification and kelp forests, regionally. We can affect control of people on the beach and disturbances from people. Extending the seasonal closure to year-round would be the most effective thing the city can do to impact or to reduce adverse impacts on the seal colony that the city has control over. Something else got worse after years of stable population. Population was impacted. We're not saying that it was because of people on the beach that caused the population decline, but preventing those disturbances has the potential to offset whatever did cause the population decline. So the question now is, what can the city do and how can the city take action? Additional enforcement and monitoring would be ideal, but that's separate from the actual restriction of the people on the beach available from the closure. Now, with regard to comparisons to San Diego, it's important to give the Coastal Commission credit for recognizing that Carpinteria is not San Diego, and our beach is not Point La Jolla. There's differences, and so we encourage the council to direct staff to explore with Coastal Commission staff what are the likely requirements that the Coastal Commission would put on Carpinteria and want to see in our application for a year-round trial closure. That's definitely the first step in putting together an application, is seeing if it's remotely feasible. 2 full-time park rangers is ludicrous for Carpinteria. And I think the Coastal Commission would recognize that. So we encourage the council to ask staff to look at that with specific questions about Carpinteria. They had a great analysis for getting the information from San Diego to kind of bound it and say, yeah, the Coastal Commission doesn't do this willy-nilly, they take it seriously, which is great. And then they also would scale it so they can protect the biological resources and protect coastal access, which is the Commission's charter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Susan Mayhew, followed by Chris Elder.
Good evening. Back in 1988, when citizens were concerned about the harbor seals, they invited biologists to City Hall. Biologists at that time were able to convince City Council to close the seal rookery for pupping season. That was well over 30 years ago. Science has advanced greatly since then. We now know that harbor seals are vastly different from sea lions or other pinnipeds, and they're the most peaceful of all marine mammals. Harbor seals require the beach where they were born, and that's their home base. They play out all phases of their annual life cycle. Out here on our 1,500 feet of beach. Now, every part of their life cycle after mating, they have an annual molt. And experts now know the annual molt makes them every bit as vulnerable as they were as pups. They shed their fur, and they do so in a sequence. First the young, then the older, then the adults. It takes 2 to 3 months for them to get a coat back again. And that whole time, they're very vulnerable. Then after the molt, the pregnant females need to restore the lost weight. They lost weight nursing, they lost weight mating. They need to restore it to prepare for the gestation of the next pup. When pedestrians prevent needed rest on the beach, summer through fall here, the new pup is compromised. It may be born prematurely and may not be fully capable of sustaining life for even the full year. Studies have determined that the highest rate of disturbance to harbor seals are from pedestrians. Disturbances here are compromising the welfare of the colony and adding to the causes of our decline. And it is one course over which the City Council has control. Other rookeries that have restricted access had success, and their counts rebounded. I request the City Council to select option 2, receive and file the Harbor Seal Advisory Committee report, and direct staff to pursue a coastal development permit. Also, I have to say, harbor seals are not sea lions. San Diego's closure is for the safety of the public.
Thank
And
you,
I
Ms.
have that
Mayhew.
on the word of the people down there.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Chris Elder, followed by Patricia. And I will ask the public, I see your passion for the seals in this agenda item. However, it's incredibly important that this remain an opportunity for everyone to feel comfortable sharing their thoughts, and that may differ from yours. So I'll just ask, for the sake of time, that we limit the applause or not applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you, Mayor, and hello, council and city staff. My name is Chris Elder. Thanks, everybody, for your attention and your work to this issue. I'm a Carpinteria resident and a 5-year Seal Watch volunteer. And tonight I'm bringing a message from another Seal Watch organization known as the Friends of the Elephant Seals located in San Simeon. I bring news from Dr. Kathy Curtis, past president of the board of the directors, now research and community liaison between the organization and UC Santa Cruz. Thanks to the coordinated efforts over many years, Dr. Curtis is thrilled to report that their elephant and harbor seal colonies are thriving. Here in Carp, we know our seal colony is declining, even as more and more people from all over the world come to see them. While Dr. Curtis makes several points urging us, our city, to support a 3-year closure, she emphasizes that the stress responses from the disturbances lead to waste of energy and potential harm, including deaths from stampedes into the water. These stampedes can and do occur all year round. Dr. Curtis explains that any disturbance may disrupt the seal's normal activity. Dogs, leashed or not, humans walking by having casual conversations, bicyclists, most often with no intent to harass or disturb the seals. But we know that harbor seals are uniquely sensitive species and highly, highly vulnerable when on land, where they need to spend half of their day. In my own recent letter to you, I shared about the extraordinary measures taken at the Marine Mammal Rehabilitation Center in San Francisco to administer care for these super-sensitive seals, 2 of which are pups from our sanctuary, by the way. They learned there that harbor seals must have their own rehabilitation section far away from the rest of the pinnipeds. They built harbor seals their own hospital in order to avoid the stresses that are caused in transporting the seals to the main hospital. Harbor seals are enclosed there behind opaque fences, and staff are instructed to talk in whispers. Dr. Curtis reminds us that disturbances are not only harmful, they are violations of the Marine Mammal Protection Act. She cites several successful models in California for managing year-round closures that also provide public access to observe colonies. She explains that combined with docent-led public education, these have both protected and created opportunities for development of related ecotourism. She ends by noting a temporary closure of the area would not only provide refuge for the Carpinteria colony, but provide a model for other communities. And I invite and urge Carpinteria to show leadership in this way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Susan Allen, followed by Becky Norton. Oh, and I'm sorry, Patricia French was first. I had named her first, and then it'll be Susan Allen.
Hello, council members. My name is Patricia French, and I am a seal watcher and a local Carpinteria resident. For me, the issue before you comes down to 3 things: science, money, and time. As to science, you have received for this meeting an email from Dr. Sue Wilson, Chair of the Seal Conservation Society of Great Britain and Ireland. Here are two of her major points. Human disturbance, she says, is bad news for harbor seals at any time of year. She goes on to say, I would therefore strongly support the fencing off of the section of beach habitually used for harbor seals. I understand there is an alternative pedestrian route behind the beach from which the seals may be viewed without causing disturbance. This opportunity to observe wild seals should be a great asset to the community and privilege to visitors. Dr. Wilson, who is considered to be one of the most respected authorities of harbor seals worldwide, joins the chorus of other scientists, as you've just heard, about human disturbances and what we can do, what you can do to protect our seals. Now about money. We've heard this, and you might say, this is all well and good, but how can the community afford the application and potential financial requests from the Coastal Commission? Unsolicited, local people have told me they will give thousands of dollars to protect these seals. Let's create a public-private partnership and working fundraising committee to make this happen. This has happened in San Diego of sorts because they have combined with nonprofits. This can happen for us. Finally, the question of time. If you give the plight of seals to our staff, please put a short time constraint on it. Say 6 months for an application to the Coastal Commission. Why? Because it will take over a year at least just to be heard by the Coastal Commission. And time is of the essence to our threatened seal community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. French. Susan Allen, followed by Becky Norton.
Susan Allen. Thanks to HSAC volunteers for their time and work. They've made many good suggestions for you to consider. A camera is an inexpensive way to continue to educate the public and collect vital information. Closing this small area of coast is an important step in protecting the harbor seals who need to be out of the water to rest. Consider that the one single beach walker can easily disrupt the haul-out area for minutes, but sometimes hours. One person can spoil the enjoyment of the many who come to observe the seals safely from the overlook. I was a bit dismayed by staff's information for closure to the area, comparing it to San Diego. While there may be a few similarities, it's a bit like comparing apples and oranges. There are many low-cost or no-cost steps that can easily be put in place. The Carpinteria beach in that area is very different from San Diego. Mother Nature provides a natural barrier for much of the time with high tides. There are plenty of folks familiar with the issues concerning the seals, the beach, and access who could provide valuable information to move forward. And given the number of folks here tonight, I'm sure, like HSAC volunteers, there are plenty of well-educated volunteers to help. I've had the privilege of sitting in this council chamber for a number of years and watched a variety of councils make decisions that were forward-thinking. You were asked to support the acquisition of valuable coastal open space that has made Carpinteria a world-famous destination. I don't think anybody at that time would have imagined how many people love the open space throughout our town. You took a dive into supporting a pool, skated into a beautiful facility next door to City Hall. You embraced our entire community by providing a library for all and a safe place to sleep for those in need. Before its time, you enacted a plastic bag ban and a smoking ordinance. All of these things and many others have made our community this special place, not only for us, but for our many visitors. We don't know the answers yet, but as longtime residents, for well over 100 years, the harbor seals deserve your attention by closing the beach while we figure out what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Becky Norton, followed by Roxanne.
Good evening, Mayor Alarcon and Vice Mayor Solorzano and members of the council and city staff. My name is, thank you for your service to our community. I mean that sincerely. My name is Becky Norton. I'm a Carpinteria resident and a retired school psychologist. Since my retirement 2 years ago, I have been a Seal Watch volunteer. And I'm sure you're well aware that our local harbor seal colony is a very precious natural resource to our city. And I'm sure you would agree that we would be wise, not to mention compassionate, towards our fellow creatures and good stewards of the earth to do everything within our power to protect this natural resource. Having spent time learning about the harbor seals and their life cycle and educating the visitors to the Bluffs Overlook about them during my shift the last couple of years, I have developed a great fondness for them. I have also observed firsthand aspects of their sensitivity and vulnerability, most recently when I videotaped 2 disturbances this last January following the Falcon X rocket launches from Vandenberg Space Force Base and the subsequent sonic booms which disturbed them. There's videos on YouTube that I posted about that. Most concerning is that after one of these disturbances, there was blood in the water, which may have been either a miscarriage, we think, or perhaps a premature birth. We don't know with certainty. I did report those to the California Coastal Commission and the Department of the Air Force at the Vandenberg Space Force Base as part of the public scoping comments that they're taking. Carpinteria has already been mentioned that Seal Watch volunteers have collected data over the years that show the colony has been gradually declining for the last 14 years. We cannot control all of the pressures or stressors that might be contributing to the decline of our colony, like shark predation or domoic acid toxicity, but those that we have identified and do have control over, we should act on urgently. Human and dog activity near the colony, pedestrian activity, is well known to disturb the seal colony, and closing the beach helps limit this significantly. Disturbances are defined as any action that changes the seal's natural behavior, and a serious disturbance will cause one or more of the animals to move to safety of the water. As was mentioned, the Federal Marine Mammal Protection Act imposes a fine of up to $10,000 or 1 year in prison for disturbances of the seals or actions that frighten them. So we have a lot of evidence that the seals would benefit from protection year-round, thanks to this committee that was formed, not just during the birthing and nursing season from December through May. Harbor seals are much more group-oriented for survival than sea lions, for instance. When the colony is healthy, the females are more or less in sync in terms of ovulation and pregnancy and birth, and it benefits the colony when their reproductive cycles are in sync. Seal Watch volunteers have data to show that their cycles appear to be less in sync recently, and that the birthing season appears to have been extending later into the season. So finally, I would just like to say, if you need additional information, please consider consulting with the biologist from UC Santa Cruz, and I urge you to extend the beach closure to year-round to protect this precious resource. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Roxanne B., followed by Kate Stewart. And how do you pronounce your last name?
Bachaliga, thank you.
Bachaliga, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your having me here today. My name is Roxanne Bachaliga, and I've been a privilege of being a part of the Carpinteria community for over 40 years and a Seal Watch volunteer for 5 years. Unfortunately, due to my lack of knowledge, I used to be a person who would walk through the Harbor Seal Rookery during the summer months because the sign said I could. It wasn't until I joined Seal Watch that I learned of the problems I was creating by doing so. I'm a member of Low Tide Seal Watch and stationed at the beach. This allows me the opportunity to communicate and educate anyone potentially entering the rookery. During this time, I have seen many alarming disturbances inside the Harbor Seal Rookery, such as consistent yoga classes being taught, people jumping off the pier, people feeding mussels to the seals, even throwing them at them, even people getting close-up selfies with them. However, most of the time, I have encountered people unaware of the rookery or simply walking in because the sign says they can. Overall, most people appreciate the education and support the preservation of the Harbor Seal Rookery for future generations and do not enter. On the Carpinteria website, it states how imperative that members of the public avoid disturbing the animals during the June through November period when the beach is open. In addition, the Carpinteria website references the Federal Marine Protection Act This federal law prohibits approaching marine mammals at all times, year-round. In fact, this is so imperative for their critical safety that they have it written twice on the website. Regardless of this federal law, Carpinteria Ordinance number 470 only closes the Harbor Seal Rookery Beach area for pupping season, 12/1 through 5/31. At the very least, we are obligated to inform and educate the public with proper signage for year-round closure. I appreciate your time today, and hopefully we are not too late to preserve our Harbor Seal Rookery for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kate Stewart, followed by David Allen.
Hello, hello, thank you for your having me up here, Mayor, Assistant Mayor, City Council, staff. So I'm Kate Stewart. I'm a resident. We bought a home here in 2011 because my husband said, I have loved coming here with my grandparents. So we are retired here. And it's fine for me, I like it. So I want to protect the seals by closing the beach year-round. Why? Both for the seals, you've heard about them, but for the people, us, whose lives are positively impacted by the seals. Now, I'm a new seal watcher. On Thursday afternoon, on my first day of volunteering, in just 2 hours, I met 72 people who came to see the seals. I was quite busy saying, hello, do you want some help, information? Where are these people from and why did they come here? Some were residents of Carpinteria, one of the big reasons people bought here. Other were residents bringing family and friends from Uruguay, Germany, San Francisco, Philadelphia, on and on. I found employees on their break during the day and one who came after work. And these come every week just to chill. And I found visitors who live nearby, and some when they were kids but moved away. They were here when they were kids. So one man came from Utah. He used to live here. He brought a huge family to celebrate his 50th birthday, and the first thing they did was bring them all down to the seals. So, of course, they're going to the hotels, they're going to the restaurants. There was a man who said he has not missed a single year coming and camping here. He's 64 years old. His parents started when he was born. There are neighbors from Ventura, Camarillo, Santa Barbara, Ojai. They come to walk our bluffs and see the seals. And there's foreign visitors. I met others from Taiwan, Germany, Israel. And the fire evacuees, they came to save their souls because their home is gone. So what did these folks share? They're surprised the beach isn't closed all year. Some didn't know the seals were here all year. They didn't know the seals need to be out. And they didn't know the dog's scent would be disturbing to them. So would closing the beach inconvenience the people who go on the beach? I think not, because they can walk up that nice little ramp on the west side, and they can walk down the stairs at the Jelly Bowl Beach. So I just want to say thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you for your comments. David Allen, followed by Julie Stensley.
Mayor, members of the council, I want to first thank you for creating the Harbor Seal Advisory Committee and supporting its work with staff. I think it created a good product. I want to thank Mike for his comments, which I think I'll focus on, which is the issues that have been raised that are an impediment to our moving forward. And that's primarily budget. I think, for probably in most of your minds and in our mind, and I know how important that is and how impacted we are right now. As Mike pointed out, and as others have pointed out, the circumstances are entirely different from San Diego. We'll just start with a barrier. Nature has created our barrier. It's called a cliff. You know, in La Jolla, San Diego, hordes of people were coming, and of course, sea lions are different. They stay there. And so there's a large mammal conflict that is quite different than what we have. So we don't need a barrier on the bluff top for the entire length of the seal sanctuary and for the area that is blocked off. We can't have barriers on the beach because they won't survive unless you want to spend millions for some kind of a groin that's vertical, which still wouldn't survive. We know that from the millions that are spent on annual pier repairs, even throughout California. So what do you need? Signage, a year-round ordinance. Signs are effective. They preclude most people from going along the beach. Most people, once they know they're there, by seeing it most of the time and by community awareness, which we do have for many people who live here, it precludes a lot of the disturbances. We don't have any seal watchers in December for 30-some years, but most people did not, walk on the beach when they know that it's closed from December 1st on, which raises the issue of park rangers. The beach is not accessible for half the time because of times, approximately half the time. As a seal watcher, I assign our watchers on Sundays, and we have large periods when the tide is over 2 feet, and you cannot easily negotiate that beach, and it gets scoured out a lot of the time, and it's not very walkable. It's simply different. You need to try to reduce disturbances. So what I'm urging is an iterative approach, as Mike suggested, with assigning staff to come back up with report after report as we explore. We have lots of data. Our thousands of pages of 2-hour log sheets obviously are not digitized, but there are years of weekly reports to the Coastal View, which include number of adults, number of pups, number of visitors, number of disturbances, and the causes of those disturbances. So we know that. And the additional data we might need, or the Coastal Commission might want, would be things such as, how many people use the beach in the other months? And I don't think that'll be tough to find.
Thank you for your comments. Julie Stensley, followed by Valerie Bentz. Brian, is Julie on Zoom? Or we can take our Zoom speakers at the end? Okay. So Valerie Bentz, followed by Randall Moon.
Hi, thank you. I have nothing to add to the wonderful speakers who came before me. I put my slip in because I wanted to be able to speak just in case. But my colleagues and friends did such a wonderful job. I just wanted to add that this very morning at around 7:30 a.m., I visited, as I often do early morning, the sanctuary, and there were very few seals there. I was looking for the one pup who was born last week, who was alive a couple of days ago, and the pup was not there, and there were footprints going across the beach. There was a wonderful seal watch person there named Carol, who said, yes, there weren't many there, but somebody had walked across the beach before she got there at 7. So please vote for this. And as far as money goes, we can raise the money. We can raise the money for this to help the city with expenses. So please don't let it just be a financial deal. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you for your comments. Randall Moon.
I'd like to second the opinion that the budget was a little amiss. I think that the real budget is going to be like 10 or 20% of numbers that were being thrown around. And that's because in the case of La Jolla, you have to protect people from the sea lions. You don't have to protect anyone from a harbor seal. They're incapable of scaring anyone or doing anything. That requires multiple people being hired to keep them under control. And then on the issue of money, I think it's important for people to put their money where their mouth is. So if people would join me in matching funds, I'll be the first in line to write a check. And so I don't think people should hold finances against the harbor seals. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Brian, do we have any Zoom speakers?
Mayor, we've got 3 Zoom speakers. The first one is only identified as 107951. So 107951, go ahead.
Hello, I don't know if that's me. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for everybody who's spoken up and just the enthusiasm of saving our native wild, native life and in the waters and on the lands. My name is Julie Tumamayat Stensley. I'm a Chumash elder, lineal descendant from that village of Mishnapshnow. I regularly go at least once a year to Carpinteria to do our annual spring equinox ceremony. Increase the fines and the citations for people going into that area. Do it year round, not just the 3 years, but from this point on. It is always man who has led to the extinction of a lot of our native animals and plants in this world here. Climate change is our fault. Let us, charge or add to retail people a percentage of money in their taxes that would go to a fund to fund and help these people that need financial assistance. But it is critical in this place that if you go to Yellowstone, people want the selfies with the buffalo. What happens? San Simeon, I've been there many, many, many times. You don't go on the beach around the elephant seals. These beautiful, docile beings are sacred to us. They're our relatives, and we must, no questions, let's do it. Let's find this way to, again, there are people that are telling you, we bought, and donated before my, engagement with the Carpinteria Bluff people to preserve those bluffs in perpetuity. They raised over millions of dollars for that. So it is something we can do to be able to preserve and think outside of ourselves, of our entitlement as humans, to leave these animals alone and expend the territory in which you've given them by at least 100 yards or more, if possible. Get cameras in the parking lots, down, at the, thank you for the volunteers. I'm like, but I just, again, we have to stop with this, entitlement of, they're not pets. They are beings that deserve their space. We have blocked them into a little tiny notch, and they should have the freedom that they need. There's predators in the ocean as well as on the land. So, I appreciate everything that has been said. Thank you, City Mayor, staff, council members, and this community there in Carpinteria. I love that place. I, do a lot of work within my community. So I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
So the next one is Denise Drachenberg. Denise, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for listening to public comment. I was hoping to shed some light on this issue. I'm a marine scientist. Last year, I authored a paper on harbor seals and disturbance, the way it affects their behavior. It was published through NOAA and Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuaries. It's actually a very similar situation. Part of that background that I did was seeing if there was any evidence to that before I did the research, and to my surprise, a lot of that research is based on sonar vessels, underwater sound. So we were kind of starting fresh other than what we know about San Diego. And what did we find? Obviously, there are different types of altered behaviors, such as getting woken up at the beach and, like it's called a head alert, so they rear their heads. But sometimes those behaviors can be a higher magnitude, like they flush, they run to the beach, or they run into the water, they're expending lots of energy. And if that human disturbance is constant, they could abandon the site altogether. And what we found was that this human disturbance has a statistical, tangible effect on the seals, their altered behavior, the frequency of this behavior. Not only that, it affects their reproductive success. We found that the seals were 6 times more likely to have miscarriages when human-related noise was present. They're very sensitive to noise. We know that especially during pupping season, there are mothers, they're mammals just like us, and those pregnant mothers need to rest all day. They're nocturnal. That's when they get to sleep. So if you imagine a pregnant woman being woken up by loudspeakers, people walking, every 30 minutes, you can imagine that that would have an effect on the pup. So I urge the council to use this data. I'm a scientist. I wrote this paper. It's published. We know that there's an effect of people, the noise, the disturbance on their reproductive success. Not taking this closure into account means you're risking, you're gambling the future population away. Not only does this need to be closed off, people come and they want to learn about the seals. If you have volunteers that say, hey, this is pupping season, you need to be quiet, people would gladly turn off their speakers. They would gladly stop revving their motorcycles on the street because people love nature. They want that contact. This is me speaking more candidly as a person, not so much as a scientist. But I urge there to be docents, to be education, to be signage. And please, there's so much evidence. You need to close this beach year round. It is also good to mention that this beach in Monterey is very similar to the one here. And that beach is actually closed. The human disturbance we're seeing is just people screaming, kids, people taking loud phone calls. So that's the minimum you could do is close off the beach. And again, I urge there to be education and docents. Thank you so much for your time. And that's all I got.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, Mayor, we have one more raised hand. We have Kim. Kim, go ahead.
Thank you so much for taking my call. And first off, thank you for putting this on the agenda. And you guys have, I'm just so awed by your community and their love for their harbor seals. They are amazing and very well educated for harbor seals. My name is Kim Aikman, and my husband and I are NOAA trained docents, and we've been monitoring and documenting a harbor seal colony in the Monterey Bay for collectively 21 years. And we have witnessed firsthand what disturbance does to a colony. We once had 450 on our beach. We now today are lucky if we see 120. And in the last several years, particularly since the pandemic, the disturbance has been the main factor in driving our colony numbers down. We are in fear of losing our colony and hope that this doesn't happen. But I want to encourage you to support the staff recommendation number 2 and close the beach down year-round. Many people, like everybody has said, are not aware that harbor seals are generally nocturnal and that they require sleep on the beach during the day to do several processes. Those processes include regulating their body temperature, for the females growing their pup because they're pregnant for 9 to 11 months, replenishing oxygen supplies not only to their lungs but to their muscles for that nighttime hunting, and digesting their food. When they're disturbed, these processes are stopped, and then that hinders their health, eventually leading to death. Many people, just aren't aware of this. So I do encourage you to do the full closure. And of course, with your docents there, this is obviously a community that wants to protect their seals. So this should be pretty straightforward, and you can get school groups involved too. People want to learn and they want to protect their seals. I encourage you to take this step to do that. And I would love to have your community up here with us, protecting our harbor seals too. I am also in touch with groups that are up and down the coast doing the exact same thing. And we meet a couple times a year, and everybody is concerned about the drop in the harbor seal population. So if you can take these steps to protect your seals, your colony, and they thrive, you're in a really good place, because I know I would come to your town to see your harbor seals. So thank you for what you have done for your harbor seals. You guys obviously care about them and have taken steps to protect them. But I do hope that you take this final step and do go for that coastal permit and the year-round closure. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. With that,
And
I'd
Mayor,
like to.
that concludes the Zoom comment.
Excellent, thank you. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for additional discussion.
I have a quick question. How much has the city already worked with the state parks to do education? I mean, when people are checking in at the campgrounds, is that something that we can ask them to do, or are we already doing that?
Yes, that's a great question. We provide the state parks with a brochure that was made before my time. I believe it was made by Seal Watch, if I'm looking for anyone for a positive nod, but perhaps not. And so it's right there at the check-in kiosk when you check in for your campsite. And I've gone myself a number of times during my time here with the city to make sure it's still there. I photograph that they are, and we just provide them with more brochures as needed.
Well, I'll make a comment because I was on the HSAC committee with Mayor Alarcon, and just in the interest of full transparency, I was one of the votes that was against forwarding the recommendation for the beach closure. And I want to be really clear about the fact that it's not because I don't care about the seals, and it's not because I don't want to protect them. I don't want to go into something without us being ready to do so. And right now, based on the information that we have from Coastal Commission staff, the city doesn't have the resources in place to do this right. And so what I would hate is to move forward, spend a lot of redirect staff time and redirect city funds towards this beach closure, and then at the end not be able to enforce it because we don't have the requirements that Coastal Commission already requested of a similar situation. I understand it's not the same situation. I understand that it's a different city, but at the same time, the Coastal Commission, I mean, this is their mandate is to protect, well, one of the mandates is to protect beach access, to protect public beach access. So the things that we heard that they required are all in the interest of that. And so I think that it's important to keep that in mind. Additionally, I would feel uncomfortable directing staff to take any action that's going to require a redirection of time and money, basically, which staff time is money, without this going through the normal budget process. I think that wouldn't be fair to all of the other priorities that the city has too. So I think if the council wants to revisit this during the budget discussions, I think that would be a good place for it. But to do it separately, I think that kind of works against our own work plan and strategic planning. And then finally, I'll just say one thing that's great about this really strong volunteer advocacy community around the seals is that I think that there's room for more to happen there too. Some of you mentioned fundraising. You know, if that was something that a group wanted to do and then be able to bring those funds back to council and say, you know, this is how much we've raised and we want to be able to devote this towards, you know, some of the recommendations. I think that's something that the Skate Park Foundation did too in that effort. So I think that you know, if that's something that all this advocacy can go towards giving additional protections, I think that's a real force that should be utilized more. So I just want to be clear. I care about the seals. I went to all the HSAC committee meetings. I heard all the data, and I really appreciate everyone being here. But I just wanted to be clear about why I feel the way that I do about it.
No, I'm sorry. The public comment is closed. May I ask other council members for any additional discussion or comments?
Sure, I'll make some comments. I've been watching the seals for 34 years, and the number of seals is declining, and disturbances do happen. But I don't find that the report makes a link between human disturbances and the abundance of seals in the Carpinteria rookery.
Oh my God, how can you say that? I gotta leave. This is so disappointing. It's terrible, terrible. Just disappointing in so many ways. I'm sick.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm sick. I'm tired of our losses. I lost my husband this year, and now I'm losing my seals. How come you guys can't open your eyes to see what's important to our community?
I will
It's
ask, please,
disgusting.
that this is the time for deliberation on the side of the council to make a decision. Thank you for your cooperation.
So on page 14 of our staff report, there's a page from the first HSAC committee, the 2023 HSAC committee, and it has a line graph entitled Harbor Seal Abundance. And there's been discussion tonight that this is a regional problem, and this data shows that, and it shows that the harbor seals began declining around 2014, 15, down to 2020, and but there's some interesting things about this graph. One of them is that it's also comparing the data with a similar rookery in Point Mugu. And Point Mugu had a decline from about the same time, and at the same rate, declined at the same rate as we did. And this is what led Andy Brooks, who's another member of the HSAC committee, to say that, this data shows that, or suggests that this is a regional problem and not limited to Carpinteria. But if you recognize that Carpinteria is considered a highly disturbed rookery, whereas Point Mugu is closed, it's government land, closed to the public, and they essentially have a year-round closure, and yet they declined at the same rate as Carpinteria. Because we have these regional impacts, because they declined at the same time, it suggests to me that human disturbances, except during the pupping season, have little role on the abundance of seals. Now, the other point I would bring to your attention on this graph is that the graph actually starts analyzing data from 2004. And from 2004 on, and this is speaking on the graph again of the data that we have, 2004 to 2013, or 2013 is missing, but around that time, the abundance of seals was always 300-400. And as a seal watcher going back to 1991, in fact, I took the very first seal watch shift there ever was, we noticed, even though that data is not analyzed here, we do have the sheets and we could analyze it, but they show that the same numbers occurred all during that time. So from 1991 to 2014, the beach was open during the summer, and the seals were scared, and they went in the beach, and yet there was no decline in seals. So that's an interesting question. And I'll also draw your attention to another product from that Seal Watch, the first Seal Watch committee, and it's not in your staff report, but it's called the, I have it written down here. anyway, it was mentioned. It was the analysis of types of disturbances. And so I believe that data analyzed the disturbances from, I guess it was various years. It was they did 1991 and then 2000 and some other dates, and then some fairly consistent years all the way up to 2020. But maybe a total of 14 years, but again, different odd years were used to measure these types of disturbances. And so that report found that human disturbances was the major cause of disturbances, but it was still only 21% of disturbances were caused by humans. So year-round, that's 20% of disturbances that happen to the seals are the humans. More importantly, the data could have been analyzed by year to see if there's a trend, and that data could have been, you could have made a correlation between the number of seals and the number of disturbances, and that would have made a link that the report could have used to make that connection. Now, we have a report in our staff report from the HSAC, and in that report there's a number of literature sources cited, and these have to do with the impacts of disturbances on harbor seals. And there's a couple things there. A minor one is that all these are done in more northern waters like Alaska, Sweden, Scotland, Northern Ireland, so I mean you can anticipate that there'll be more temperature-related impacts of the seals going into the water, but more importantly, all these studies are on unweaned seals. So they're looking at the disturbances on unweaned pups. So pups get weaned from about 4 to 6 weeks, and while pups are being weaned, they are reliant on their mother for milk. Once they're weaned, they're on their own. So I wrote Dr. Sue Wilson. Do you have any data on weaned seals? And she said, no, there is no data. She knows of no studies of those impacts on weaned seals. So but this is a key distinction, because what this beach closure would do would be to apply to weaned seals. The unweaned seals, which are the ones that have been studied, are the most vulnerable, and those are the ones that are protected by our City of Carpinteria ordinance and by the Seal Watch education program. There's also, not in our Seal Watch, but it is included in our packet today, a table that I compiled of all the rookeries in California, and this data was from the Seal Conservancy, and then I was able to determine which harbor seal rookeries had which kind of beach closure, and 3 of them were on government land, so they had year-round closures. 1 of them had an MPA, and so that was closed year-round. But all the other rookeries in California, harbor seal rookeries, only have pupping season closures. There are no other harbor seal rookeries, And there's also one in Baja, California, and it has a pupping season closure only. So, you know, I was inspired to look at what else when I was figuring all this, seeing all this stuff, try to see what else was going on. And so I did a lot of research on my own, and of course people already know this, but you know, there are a lot of links of climate change to the abundance of seals, global warming, sea level rise, collapse of the kelp system, loss of prey, and also separation of pups from moms due to stronger storms with stronger tidal surges. These all may be related to decline. Again, we've heard that we can't do anything about that, but I would also argue that I'm going to go back to what I said, that these data do not show that there's a link between decline of seals and human disturbances. I found a study that was very interesting. It was done in the San Francisco Bay Area, and what they wanted to experiment with is what kind of environmental and human factor stressors or factors may be related to how harbor seals choose where to haul out. And so what they discovered was that there were several haul-out sites that were really nice sites, and they had zero human disturbance. But the seals favored the one that had the most human disturbance, and it turned out because there was the most prey at this place. So that led the authors to conclude that prey availability was a greater constraint than the cost of disturbances. I think
But how do you feel about the effect it has on your?
Sorry, so the public has already had their opportunity for public comment. This really is the opportunity for the council to deliver and make a decision. Thank you.
so. I won't take any more of your time, but I'll just wrap up by saying I think that I'm also on the city budget committee, and I'm aware of our finances. I don't think that this is feasible for us, and for the reasons I just mentioned, I don't think it's necessary either. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Namara?
Sure, I do have some comments also. First off, I understand the situation we have financially, and that is the numbers that were given to us, even though they're skewed, don't think they actually truly reflect what it would cost us to do here. I also understand the passion you all have for the seals. I think it is one of our resources that we have in Carpinteria, and the coastal permit, the potential closures, things like that we're looking at right now, without adequate research on that one, I don't really know how we can move forward with it. In saying that, I heard the Harbor Seal Advisory Committee, Carpinteria Valley Association, all have money that they're willing to move into this one. If, in fact, there is as much passion as I see, and I've seen this throughout Carpinteria, things that people are passionate about will get done. There is the possibility that the two organizations could get together and actually do this research for us and come forward with us with a package. That package would then be the study, the cost factor of how much that coastal permit's gonna cost, the signage factor for this one, what it's gonna cost to do that one, and bring that number forward with us, to us, along with a proposal or a possibility of actually being able to fund that as a private group. I'm 100% in favor of what you're doing. I think you're doing the right thing. Whether or not we have statistics showing that there's a constant decline, and I'll tell you this, based on research, I also do presentations on ecology and the environment. Right now, they're looking at roughly 20% actual life there from what we've lost in the last 50 years in the oceans itself. Pretty scary. But those numbers also would reflect this. The Does that mean that we turn our back and say, you know what, we're going to just continue to let the oceans die? We can't do that. We need to move forward with it. That's why I'm encouraging you as a group, as a number of groups, to get together, see what it's going to take, bring that package to us as a city so we can make a decision on that one. But if it's your money, that's going to be the thing that's going to be the deciding factor. If the passion you have out there with not only you, but the people you have in your circles would come together for this one, this could be a probability and a possibility. Most likely it'll happen if you could fund it. That's where I'm saying it, and that's my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember
Yeah,
Mayor?
thank you. I didn't have a chance to have comments. I just had that one question. To me, from what I'm hearing, it's not a question about whether or not, but about enforcement and costs with enforcement. We could go back and forth on whether or not this will help or not, but it is the one thing that we can control. It is one thing that the city can do to protect what is our resource. If you grew up here, I mean, I grew up in Concha Loma. I can count on one hand the times I've walked past the Jelly Bowl Rocks and under that pier, because every one of us knows you do not disturb the harbor seals. So to me, having a aggressive signage program, a greater outreach with our state parks, those are the people that are interrupting the seals, in my opinion, are people that are not living here. You know, we talk a lot about providing opportunities and taking care of our resources that we have in our community. We talk about it in the general plan. We're talking about it in our strategic plan. And we say this sentence over and over again. It's to preserve the essential character of our small beach town, its family-oriented residential neighborhoods, its unique visual and natural resources, and its open rural surroundings while enhancing recreational, cultural, and economic opportunities for our citizens. And, you know, we're leaving out that the harbor seals were the first citizens of our community. And I do believe that we're hearing our community come to speak up for them because they can't speak up. I understand that this is like I said, it's not a question about whether or not we should do something. It's about enforcement and what resources are required to do that enforcement. You know, we're just down the street from a world-renowned university with a huge, you know, marine biology department. I'm thinking about all of the different ways that we could find partnerships. There's probably a lot of grant opportunities, collaborations with NOAA, environmental nonprofits. All of those things could help to lift the burden, the financial burden on our community. And I think that, you know, this is something that, you know, to me, we just spent 2 hours appointing people that are the smartest people to be on our advisory committees. And if COSMAB is telling us that this is something we should be doing, I feel like we should be listening to them. I understand the financial constraints, but I do still think that we should be looking at things that we can do immediately and then things that we can be doing down the road.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity to serve on the ad hoc committee over the past year. And as you all know, and what Jeanette shared in the presentation, is that the city has been involved for the last 2 years. And when I walked away from the committee and when it ended in December, I really reflected back to the fact that I think the city just had way too much red tape for real community work to happen. And so this is where, similar to what Councilmember Nomura was saying, is that this is where we need an advocacy group to really step up and to support these fundraising efforts to fuel this fire so that the city can really partner. Right now, the reality is with our financial constraints, it's really difficult to make any commitment because what we want to do is to do it well. And right now, without the financial resources, we can't do that well. And so I know that, and based on the data or what we've heard, is that In terms of the seal population declining, it could be a variety of factors, and it does come down to the one thing that we can potentially control, which is the human disturbances. And so if there is an opportunity to do something, I would like to do that. However, I also want to acknowledge that our city resources are incredibly limited, and to do it, we got to do it well. And so I know that kind of leaves things open-ended, and so I'd be curious, and I guess based on our options, it's really like if we want to move forward with the city, investigating a little bit more and finding out. I don't know if it's the right time to instruct the city to do that now before we have like a solid advocacy group to really work with, or we hold off a little bit and then revisit this 6 months down the line. I'd be curious to know what my fellow council members would have to say or what their thoughts are.
I think it would be really helpful to, just given the community involvement and the community interest, to see some sort of advocacy group come together and then come back and show and come to council, show us the fundraising, maybe the efforts, the plans for it, and so we can see what that partnership might look like. Because like that's what I had said in my comments is I want to set this up to succeed. I don't want to pursue a path where we don't have the tools to enforce it, right? But if we have partners in the community, like for example, like with the Skate Foundation, they put their money where their mouth was. They went out there, they fundraised, they were partners with the city in doing this. And I think same with the dog park situation, right? The Sea Dog stepped up and, they were monitoring the opening and closing of the dog park. And so I think where the city can be most successful is when we have these passionate advocacy groups who come forward and really put their skin in the game. And I think that's here. It sounds like that's exactly what we have here, that we have people who want to do whatever they can to help the seals and who just are waiting for an opportunity to be active in that. So I think I agree with Mayor Alarcon, and I think if we could see some sort of follow-up from a citizen advocacy group on this, I think that would be really helpful in letting us move forward.
Is it something where we could close the beach or propose a 3-year temporary closure and but proceeding as we do with, outreach, increased signage? Is that something I'm just thinking because I do agree, we should do this right. This is a resource that we should be protecting. It is something that is very important to the citizens and residents of this community. I think that it would probably go a long way if there was some sort of immediate action that we could take that says we're working with you, like we will be a good partner to this. And then I think that does sort of give people urgency to work on the private side.
Well, I think that's a really good point, because I think what HSAC did do, and Jeanette had showed the slides earlier, HSAC did do a lot of work this year. We approved new signs. We have a website now that's going. We did the Seal Watch survey. So I think that the city, through the HSAC committee, has shown that investment of time, of staff resources, and of community time, too, in terms of the people who participated in it. So I agree with you. I think that good faith has been shown, and I think that it would be good to be able to see it on the other side now too, from the citizens who want so badly to take action.
They'll all be gone by the time we...
Any other comments on behalf of the council?
Well, no.
No? Okay. So in terms of the signage was approved through HSAC. So that is something that you, in terms of city staff, will continue to work on. Okay. I think on my end, I want to be really cognizant of our work plan and where we are. I know that we've just gone through the strategic plan, which will take effect in July. Is that correct? July, the strategic plan?
Yes, Mayor, so the work plans in development now will be vetted through the budget development process, with both of those starting July 1 and continuing for the next 2 fiscal years, with, of course, opportunities at any time, or especially through our quarterly reports, for us to make adjustments as need be.
Okay. And then in terms of the potential suggestion in the staff report or from Community Valley Association to go back to the Coastal Commission and find some additional information, how much of that, like, staff resources would that take? Say if we, receive an update within the next 4 months or 6 months or something?
I was going to ask for you to rephrase the question, but I think my colleague might be able to jump in.
Good evening, council members. Nick Bobroff, Community Development Director. I'm the staff person that had initially had conversations with Coastal Commission staff asking about possibility or what the permit process would look like for an emergency closure, whether our situation would qualify for that, and if not, what the pathway would look like. And that's when Coastal Commission staff had directed us to the City of San Diego example of a scenario where a temporary closure had progressed into a permanent closure over a series of years. I'd be happy to try to reach out to our local coastal staff again and try to have a more in-depth conversation about what this process would look like, try to see if we can tease out some more details of what sort of data, what quantity of data they would be looking for in support of an application. This is one of these things where even the City of San Diego staff said, right, that the initial application was fairly straightforward, and then we get back pages and pages of requests for additional information, and they actually had to go out and hire a consultant to help them put all this together. And they had the benefit, right, of having a preceding coastal development permit from Coastal Commission for even their temporary closure that had conditions of approval that they were complying with in terms of annual monitoring requirements. So they had a robust data set that already met Coastal Commission requirements when they did then proceed with the permanent closure. Our temporary closure doesn't have any of that, right? It's just a local ordinance. We don't have any kind of conditions on our temporary closure that require certain types of data be gathered or a certain type of recurrence or anything like that, right? We have volunteer data that Seal Watch has gathered over the years. Sometimes perhaps it's more robust than others, depending on how many volunteers they've had in their ranks and the type of data that they've been able to gather. But we don't know whether that's going to pass muster or not for Coastal Commissions, right? So we could be happy to give them what we have and initiate a conversation there and then see where it goes.
Could you give us an estimate? Would you be able to maybe prepare an estimate for us on the potential costs you anticipate?
If we get some details back from them, then we can try to piece together what that work effort would look like. My gut tells me that this is something that's somewhat specialized, that probably we don't have the staff in-house to do, and if we wanted to pursue a coastal development permit for a year-round closure, that perhaps we would want to entertain bringing on like an environmental consulting firm that can help us pull this information together, put it into a scientifically rigorous package that would satisfy Coastal Commission staff.
If we had numbers on that, that would probably help us out. At least with that, we could present it to the organizations, the groups, and see if in fact that's something that they could help finance.
Yeah, the other thing
to pay for that.
The other thing I wanted to mention too, just from looking at the City of San Diego examples, both for the sea lion closure as well as their harbor seal seasonal closure, because they have both, 2 different beaches, is this doesn't necessarily have to be an all or nothing type of situation, right? In both cases down in San Diego for the sea lion closure and the harbor seal temporary seasonal closure like what we have, the closures progress through kind of increasing steps over time as the first measures didn't work, right? So it was, okay, let's put up signage, let's put up a rope barrier, let's prohibit dogs, let's hire a full-time ranger to patrol there, right? And it's only kind of as these steps continued to fail in their case that they eventually landed on, resulted in, a full closure, right? A hard closure. And so I would expect that that's some of what we're going to hear from Coastal Commission back is that they're going to want to see incremental steps, right? Show us that you've done everything short of a full year-round closure before we resort to that.
And how about if you just estimate of the amount of time that you think would be necessary to bring some of that information back with?
It's hard to say. It's really going to depend on what Coastal Commission is looking for in terms of data. If our data set is fairly robust and fairly complete, There may not be a whole lot more we need to do besides just packaging it up and making it digestible for them. If there's big gaps in the type of data that they're looking for or the types of information that they're looking for, then, right, it could be months of additional work to go out and do some more monitoring or do some more data gathering, depending on what kind of stuff we're missing, right? For instance, if they're looking for robust information on how many recorded instances of human seal disturbances there are, if we have that, great. If we don't have that, then it's going to take some time to gather that and provide them some data from a winter season or a summer season.
Apologize if this is like a newbie question, but I just don't think I understand the whole procedure. Is this something that the city is required to pay for, or is this something that we could put out to our community? I mean, I'm hearing that there's multiple people specializing in this field pretty much in this room right now, or that are willing to step up and Zoom. Like,
It's coastal commission costs.
So
They
it's
they restrict it.
okay, that
So there-
was my
so-
question.
Working with the other organizations.
Yeah, but the city, in this case, as the owner of the Tidelands, is the only entity that could
Okay.
apply for the
Thank you.
permit. There's no cost to apply for the permit. The cost is more in the, the back end side of gathering the data and putting everything together and then responding to requests for additional information and additional analysis.
So in terms of then what this would look like for our next steps, if to make a motion and then to request staff to come back with just some, have a couple more conversations with Coastal Commission and then let us know what it's looking like we would need. So not investing a ton of staff time in it, but just enough to get a little bit more detail. Would that be, to move to receive and file the committee recommendations and ask staff to come back within, or come back when they have updated information?
I can make that motion, by the way. I'm ready to make that motion.
Oh, great.
If that's okay.
Sure.
I move to receive and file the final ad hoc Harbor Seal Advisory Committee recommendations and to direct staff to seek an estimate for what the cost would be for a consultant to assist us with the potential coastal permit, along with full annual closure for 3 years.
Is there just potentially an add-on? I feel like the advocacy group is such a big piece of this. I don't know how we would include that in our motion. Yes, we could receive
We could make
report
that.
back.
I'll need a second, then we can modify.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so
So I was going to say, how can we include that advocacy portion as part of this motion, although we'll request that staff come back give us information. But I think in order for us to even move forward at that point, there would need to be a solid entity or group for us to work with. From my perspective.
Right, no, I agree.
I don't
agree
know
with
how
that.
we would throw
Yes.
that in a motion, but I
that would then include, I would include in that motion then to bring it back for discussion with the ad hoc Harbor Seal Advisory Committee.
Well, that committee's sunsetted though, so that one's finished.
Okay?
So yeah, I'm trying to think. I hear what you're saying though, Mayor Alex Gordon.
Yep, exactly.
But I guess, so what we want to be doing is asking for the public to come back to us, or how does that
I
work?
guess I think I just want to, in terms of staff's directive is, yes, we're going to be asking, it sounds like we're asking for more information, but the expectation of moving beyond that, to me, seems as though we would need to partner with an advocacy group. And so maybe we don't include that as part of the motion, but just as, maybe that's just my additional explanation to staff.
Mayor, if I could add, I think, we could give the group time to form, the informal group that may form here tonight. And in the meantime, we'll be gathering that information. And when we come back, hopefully they will have more information on that group. We'll have more information on what some of the next steps are and the costs. Fundraising in particular would help here, because things like a consultant would be use of one-time funds like donations, whereas donations would not be appropriate for hiring of an actual full-time staff person. And so, we could look at where they are and what our next steps are, and then make, decisions from that point.
So it sounds like it's good,
Mhm.
the way it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree, but just for discussion, I mean, since that, you can't use donations to pay for staff time, I mean, that's what the major costs for actually doing this are gonna be. When Jeanette mentioned $380,000 a year as an estimate, that's staff time. And so, that still puts it back in the city's, court.
Of course, you don't
You
know the
know,
cost
we
of
could,
that.
we could get donations for the consultant maybe, or some of these other things, but I mean, the big elephant, the big gorilla in the room is the big elephant seal in the room is the, staff time to actually,
Right.
meet the conditions of approval from the Coastal Commission that we're expecting. I mean, it'll be nice to find out a little bit more information from the Coastal Commission, what exactly we would have to do, before we proceed. I don't know if that's possible.
Well, I mean, it sounds like also the Coastal Commission directed us to look at the Point La Jolla closure. Like that, it sounds like that was
Sounds
their
like that's where they're
right. So
taking us,
that is kind of that has been their recommendation to us, is to use that as a guiding document.
So I'll go ahead and circle back to Councilmember Namur, if you can just restate your motion. I know we have a first and a second, but I just want to circle back to that before a voice vote.
That motion stands the way I presented it.
Would you mind repeating it? I'm sorry, there's just discussion that happened in
To
between.
receive and file the final ad hoc Harbor Seal Advisory Committee recommendations, and to direct staff to present an estimate for the cost it would take for a consultant to consider what it would take for a coastal permit, along with potential for a 3-year closure.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and
Can I get a clarification? What is meant by "and for a 3-year closure"? What does that mean?
Potential 3-year closure.
You mean a potential that?
What was presented by the committee. They wanted a full 3-year closure just to see how that would do. So it would be a beach closure for 3 years based on a coastal permit.
Okay.
Okay.
I renew my second to that. Yes.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you all so much for your time, your energy, and your passion for coming out here. Looking forward to continue working with you all. We have one more item. I'm going to request for a quick 3-minute break. I will be quick. Thank you. Excellent. Okay, hello everyone and welcome back to the Carpinteria City Council meeting. We are on our last agenda item, which is item number 5, to receive an update on the city's live entertainment licensing program and provide direction to staff. So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Community Development Director Nick Bobroff.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. David Hernandez and I are here to provide you with an update on the city's live entertainment licensing program. We are both getting over a cold, so hopefully we can get through this without a coughing fit. We last provided an update to your council in March of last year, and this was following a reinstatement of the city's live entertainment licensing program that had been allowed to lapse throughout COVID. As part of that reinstatement of the licensing program, we also at the same time had implemented new licensing conditions to try to address the ongoing advent of outdoor live music that had started during COVID and was carrying on post-COVID. And as we got into that post-COVID timeframe, the outdoor live music was also prompting an uptick in noise complaints associated with live music, primarily coming from Island Brewing. Unfortunately, those conditions also proved to be a burden on some of the businesses that were subject to those additional licensing conditions. And we heard at the council meeting in March from some of the businesses and a number of their patrons that they saw this as imposing hardships on the business and detracting from patrons' enjoyment of the live music at these venues. Ultimately, at that meeting, your council provided direction to staff to both amend the live entertainment ordinance as well as to make some changes to the entertainment license conditions. Among the actions taken by your council was to direct staff to amend the live entertainment ordinance to revise the definition of place of entertainment to allow for outdoor live music as a permanent venue for where live music could occur. Prior to COVID, live entertainment was only allowed indoors, and so that was a change to make the outdoor live entertainment a permanent allowance. Your council also directed staff to remove the distance-based noise or volume standards from the licensing conditions that had been imposed post-COVID. There was also direction to remove what I've referred to as the 3 strikes condition, where if a licensed venue received 3 citations during a license year, that could result in the suspension or revocation of an entertainment license. Your council also imposed a 9 p.m. curfew for live entertainment on weekdays and a 10 p.m. curfew for live entertainment on weekends and holidays. And you imposed revised caps on the cumulative hours of live music that a licensed business could have during the week. And the revised caps were 6 hours maximum total on weekdays and 9 hours maximum total on weekends. And then staff did return to your council in May and then in June to finalize and adopt the revised definition of place of entertainment to allow for the outdoor live music. So tonight we're back to tell you a little bit about what's happened in the 10 months or so since that last update. Since that time, we have licensed a couple of other venues, so we're now up to 7 licenses citywide, with Sunburst Wine Bar being the most recent newly added venue, which was licensed in October of last year. And then based on conversations that we've been having with some of the businesses out there, we're anticipating that Linden Square, formerly known as 700 Linden, and the Palms will both be seeking entertainment licenses sometime in the coming year or so once they get farther along with their renovations and are closer to being ready to open. We've continued to also receive complaints, noise complaints about live entertainment since your last update. We've seen about 80 complaints, or just shy of 80 complaints submitted via the GoGov service request portal since April of last year. All of these complaints have related to the volume of live music coming from Island Brewing. Of these 78 complaints, 16 of them were filed anonymously, The other 62 were split between 2 households, both located in the beach neighborhood near Linden Avenue. Because all these complaints were related to volume standards and the city's license conditions no longer address volume standards, there weren't any enforcement actions that we could take other than just to acknowledge receipt of the complaints. I do want to highlight and distinguish the Avocado Festival as a little bit of a unique situation here. That weekend triggered additional complaints beyond what we see in a typical weekend. And this coincided with Island Brewing Company hosting a special event, which they do each year in conjunction with the Avocado Festival, whereby they have extended hours of live music, and they also set up an expanded patio. And with that, have a larger stage that's usually elevated up off the ground. And this year was pointed towards Linden Avenue rather than away from Linden Avenue, which is the arrangement they have most weekends for their live music. And I think this rearrangement of the stage to face Linden Avenue resulted in noticeably louder music per the complaints or the descriptions that we received in the complaints from that weekend. And so going forward, one of the things that staff intends to do is to require some of these licensing conditions to be complied with for special events, right? So where maybe a special event can allow you to have later hours than you might otherwise be allowed to have, or more hours cumulatively during that 1 week than you might otherwise be able to, we would still enforce these other restrictions on saying, okay, that's great, you can have your larger event, but the stage needs to stay oriented away from residential areas in order to prevent these types of nuisance impacts from occurring. The meat of this report is about some of the sound monitoring work that we've been doing since our last update to your council. So beginning in July of last year, David here has been going out and periodically doing sound monitoring around Island Brewing Company with a handheld digital sound meter. And the purpose of this exercise is not to enforce noise standards so much as it's just to gather objective data that can help inform policy decisions going forward. Later on in the summer, we ended up acquiring a second handheld meter, which we handed off to law enforcement so that they can also take one with them in the event that they're responding to noise complaints and can use it to try to gather data on what they're experiencing when they're out in the field. Again, this was in part an acknowledgement that a lot of these complaints are occurring after hours when code enforcement staff is not on duty, and so we wanted to equip the sheriff's deputies with the ability to still capture some of this data when they go out to respond to these complaints. And then I've got a couple just kind of key considerations in here about the way that we captured this data. So the sound levels captured over several minutes at each sampling location, so it's really just a snapshot in time at each of these locations. So there may be times even during the course of a live music performance when the music might be louder than what we captured or quieter than what we captured, right? This is just one snapshot taken over a couple minutes at each of these sampling locations. We recorded both the peak and average noise levels during those sampling times. So the peak is the loudest single instantaneous moment of noise recorded during that sampling period, and then the average is that averaged out sound level over the sampling period. And the meter can't isolate sound from a single source, so these readings are a reading of the ambient noise level during that sampling period, and so that can be affected by any number of other environmental factors going on, whether it's pedestrians going by, a car going by, the train in one case going by. So what you see in some of the results, right, is there might be a spike for the peak sound level captured that might be considerably higher than the ambient, and that might be reflective of a car passing by at that time, or a group of beachgoers going by and talking loudly when we were trying to capture the data. In the cases where you see that the peak and the average are more closely aligned, those are the ones where it's more likely that the peak might have been a loud burst in the music or applause at the from the audience there at Island Brewing that did show a slight little jump in the readings that we got over that couple minutes there of capturing the recording. So we captured data on 4 different dates over the summer and into the fall. The first date, July 26, we actually did 2 sets of readings. We went around earlier in the afternoon and captured what we were calling an ambient reading when there was no music going on. And then we came back about an hour later and captured readings again when there was an acoustic, kind of guitar trio playing that night with no drums. We came back in middle of August and came back a little bit later in the evening to try to capture a time when there's a little bit less activity going on and try to understand better the impact of the music in terms of its addition to the ambient noise levels. That night was a reggae and rock band. Again in September was a rock band, and then finally middle of October, a little bit later in the evening again, was a blues and rock band playing. There's David on our first outing there on the corner of Dorrance and Linden, taking a reading there on the afternoon. So this is a map that shows where some of these reading locations occurred. So the star there is the Island Brewing patio, and the closest locations that we took readings at are S1 and S6. So S1 is basically just at the bottom of Maple, in front of the 500 Maple building, right across the railroad tracks there on the Palm to Linden Trail. Nearest to the campsite as we could get was where we took the other nearby reading. We took a reading at the bottom of Walnut Avenue to try to represent or get an understanding of how the noise perhaps impacts some of those residences on the bottom of Walnut. We also took a reading directly behind the live music at the corner of Linden and the railroad tracks. And then took a couple of readings down along Linden, so one at the corner of Dorrance and Linden there in front of, or across the street from the spot. Took one just around the corner onto 3rd Street here where we receive a lot of the noise complaints about Island Brewing to understand what's occurring there. Also took one a little bit farther into the interior of the beach neighborhood here at the corner of Elm and 3rd. And then finally just went straight down towards the beach to try to understand just how far this sound is carrying, and captured one at the bottom of Linden Field there at the edge of the parking lot in the State Park day use area. And so we've oh.
Are those on the map? Yeah, or the photo. Are those sound level measurements? And then the number of feet?
No, those were just the S is just the sampling location. So sampling location 1, sampling location 2, sampling location 3. So it's just an identifier, and then the distance, linear foot distance as the crow flies from Island Brewing's patio.
Thanks.
And so we've summarized the results in a table that is in your staff report. And I'm not going to read through them all here, but what we've done is we've got the sampling locations down the left-hand side, the dates going across the y-axis, and then we provided you the average reading for each of those sampling locations, as well as the maximum reading for each of those locations. And you'll see as we go through kind of talking about these results and the conclusions from it of how these informed our conclusions. So some of the findings that we've found from these 4 occurrences of going out and capturing these readings is that the locations that are closest to the Island Brewing patio see the most significant impact from the introduction of live music. This shouldn't be surprising, right? As you're closer to the music, it's obviously going to be louder. So locations S1 and S6, again, that's the bottom of of Maple Avenue. And then on the Linden to Palm Trail across the railroad tracks there from Island Brewing. With no music present, we were capturing ambient sound levels around 50 decibels. With the introduction of live music there, we were seeing a jump of 5 to 15 decibels. So getting upwards of 70 decibels with live music based on our readings. For an industrial area like the bottom of Maple, that's not necessarily an inappropriate sound level. It falls within the acceptable range here according to the land use compatibility matrix, which is a chart in our general plan that talks about what levels of noise are generally acceptable for which types of land use areas.
Where's that
It's in the noise element of the general plan.
Right, but where's it come from?
I couldn't tell you other than to say that I've seen this type of chart used in most jurisdictions' general plans.
Yeah, well, they vary all over the place, so.
For the recreational area there, so the Palm to Linden Trail, some of the sound levels that we were capturing are starting to bump up against the upper limits of that normally acceptable range, right? So according, again, to our chart, 70 decibels is kind of the upper limits of what is normally acceptable for a playground or park area, and we are getting some readings that were starting to bump up against that level. As we get farther away from the noise source, the impacts of live music on the overall sound level are lessened. So when we look at some of those sampling locations in residential areas, so they're on 3rd Street, or the couple sites on 3rd Street, and the site down at the bottom of Walnut, we're seeing ambient levels with no music present of about 45 to 50 decibels. On several of the occasions when we went and captured readings, there wasn't an appreciable jump with music present. The exception to that was the October 19th reading, which occurred a little bit later in the evening, perhaps outside of the summer peak season when there's a little bit less traffic and less activity on the streets. And that instance did see a little bit more of a noticeable jump of about 5 to 10 decibels compared to ambient. That still falls within the normally acceptable range for a residential area, but again, it's starting to bump up to that upper limit of what's considered acceptable there. And I also wanted to point out, right, that once you hit kind of that 5 to 10 decibel increase range, that's roughly equivalent as a listener would experience to a doubling of the noise levels. So it's a noticeable jump in terms of what the listener is experiencing. However, again, it still is falling within, albeit at the upper limits of our acceptable range per our general plan for the level of noise that's appropriate in a multifamily residential area. So what are some of the conclusions of this sound level or sound monitoring exercise? Generally, the sound levels for live entertainment at Island Brewing are falling within acceptable noise levels for surrounding land uses and do not pose an imminent health, safety, or nuisance threat. Live music is audible in residential areas, but does not contribute to an overall increase in ambient noise that would result in inconsistency with the city's noise policies. And then finally, acknowledging that live music sound levels sometimes are approaching the upper limits of the normally acceptable range. This might be an opportunity or situation where your council would want to consider imposing either some additional standards on live music. It could be either a volume-based limit or taking some other action to amend the licensing conditions, such as further limiting the hours of music or limiting the types of music that can be outdoors versus indoors. There's a number of different ways this can go, but there are some instances here where it seems like we are either approaching or perhaps even on occasion exceeding, kind of that normally acceptable range based on our initial findings here. So your action options for tonight are to receive and file this report, provide direction to staff concerning regulation or conditioning of live entertainment, and or direct us to return to a future council meeting with proposed amendments to our live music regulations. And with that, I'll go ahead and wrap it up unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you for your report. Yes, questions, Councilmember Clark?
Yeah, I'm sorry, maybe you mentioned this, but I'm just curious about the Avocado Festival event where you said they had it stage-oriented differently and maybe something else and something else, but did you have noise complaints or did you take measurements that day? What's the basis for
through the mayor
wanting
council
some changes at that point?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Clark, we did not take measurements on that day. What we did see, though, was an uptick in the number of complaints over that weekend for noise complaints from Island Brewing compared to what we've seen on a quote-unquote typical weekend.
Okay.
And what we found when we looked into it further was, right, this is a little bit of a different circumstance from their typical weekend programming.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
In terms of the decibel readers, is that something that code enforcement is going to be using going forward? Because it sounds like there might be other entertainment licenses coming up with like 700 Linden and some of those locations.
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Solarsano, I'd like to continue having code compliance staff go out periodically and take these readings. Some of it might be complaint driven, right? So if we do start to receive noise complaints about other licensed venues, whether it's existing licensed venues or future licensed venues, that might help focus, where we devote our attention to doing some additional readings going forward.
Yeah, that's helpful because I think this has been extremely helpful just to have this objective data now that we can apply to the general plan standards that we have. So I think it makes it a little bit clearer for us in terms of knowing how to regulate. So I appreciate Code Compliance's work on getting those measurements together.
I got another question, if I may. Yeah. So you mentioned the Palms was coming in for a outdoor entertainment license. What were the planning commission findings or whatever for their decision?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Clark, my recollection of the planning commission's action was to prohibit live music on the rooftop bar deck area that's proposed as part of the renovation. They did, however, allow amplified music, so like canned music, right, over like a speaker or something up on the rooftop deck, provided that it didn't exceed ambient sound levels, I think, by more than 5 decibels. And then in terms of live music, the Palms could still apply for a live music permit either for indoors or out on their patio there, which is on Linden Avenue.
So
But
the
no rooftop live
planning
music.
commission decision does have this decibel measurement standard, but the license doesn't have that requirement.
That was at the discretion of the
That's-
planning commission to impose that through conditions of approval on the development permit.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Any other questions on behalf of the council? No. I think a question for me, and it's what I'm thinking about is our last conversation when this came up or when it was on the agenda, is the difficulty in enforcement. And a lot of what I'm seeing on, or what you've presented, was clearly just surrounded by Island Brewery, which I understand, that's where the majority of the complaints were coming from, and so that's where we put our resources. Would it be beneficial at all to look at other, sources of other businesses that are having live music to just get a better sense of what's happening on the other side of town?
Mayor Alarcon, we certainly could do that. I think, part of it, right, is that most of the live music's occurring after hours when we don't have staff on the clock. So I either need to then, ask one of my code compliance officers to stay late or to come in on their day off to capture some of this. And so that's why we, so far at least, have focused on Island Brewing, because that was the venue that's generating the complaints. If your council would like us to, we can try to schedule some times to go out and capture readings of these other venues. Ideally, right, maybe we can knock down a couple birds with one stone and capture some readings at Island Brewing and then hop over to one of these other venues that's also having live music the same night and get a reading there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then just to clarify, as part of your report, is that the decibel reader, or that reading could spike up at any moment in time if someone happens to be talking right near it or walking by, or there's a loud vehicle, and so it's very unpredictable.
That's correct. And so we try to be mindful of that, right? If we're taking a reading and somebody comes up and starts chatting with us, then we're just going to throw that reading away and we're going to try again once they move along. But in some cases, for example, here at the corner of Dorrance and Linden, there's a stop sign there, right? And so every time a car pulls up, it comes to a stop. Every time they roll through the stop, they press on the accelerator and their engine roars as they go by. And so you'll see that, right, if you look at S8 in the data here, the ambient levels are louder than what they were for a lot of the other areas, just because there's that much more activity going on. And the peaks are louder again because every time a car drives through, it spikes the the reading on the noise meter. So some of that stuff, right, can't be avoided just given, kind of the environmental factors of the setting. In these quieter areas, bottom of Maple, bottom of Walnut, way out there on 3rd Street, it's a little bit easier to try to control for, a relatively quiet 1 or 2 minute sampling period.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the council before I open up public comment? Yes?
Yeah, real quick, on these decimeters and the measurements of those, is it possible for not getting the spikes to actually do video sound recordings also with that one? So you're actually filming to see what type of disturbances you're actually recording along with the decimeter readings? Just curious. I mean, it's just a video there.
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Nomura, I suppose we could try to capture an iPhone video during the reading, just to have a visual record that goes along with the sound recording.
Mayor, if I could, I would just also like to, in case Nick didn't mention that Chief Brittingham is on phone via Zoom, and so if any questions come that are related to his involvement, he is available to respond to any questions.
Thank you. Okay.
I have just one last quick question. It brought it up is I just wonder about the I guess accuracy of these decibel readers and like calibration. Is there like a standard of which that is done, and like are we like really sure on the decibels being true, and is there anything like about that?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Mayor, that's a good question, and to be honest, I don't have any expertise in this area. We tried to seek out a well-reputed sound level reader from a professional company that makes these. It comes with a calibration device, and so we do periodically go and calibrate it with the device. But I can't tell you with any kind of definitiveness that it's accurate, right? You'll probably hear from others tonight that they've captured different readings on their cell phone or on their noise reader. I can't tell you whether theirs are any better than ours. This is part of why I think initially we were reluctant to try to go towards a volume-based standard, is just because it's really difficult to verify or validate these readings or to back them up if they get challenged.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, question on that one too. That is a good question. Are these receivers actually directional, or are they ambient?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
I believe if it is that, it probably is orbital, so it probably does pick up throughout.
So is it a sound level measurement, an SLM, the device? It costs $29. No, it's not a sound level.
No, ours was, like $400.
That could be a sound
We
level.
bought it off of Amazon. It's from Reed Instruments. We've again tried to pick a fairly high quality one so far as we could tell, that came with the calibration device, that came with the ability to not only take readings but record the readings so that we could understand and have the data for both those peak and average readings.
So to answer Julia's question, you should do your own calibration before you measure every time. Not every measurement, but every day that you're going to measure. And then once a year, you need to take it to somebody to have them calibrate it. Somebody who's got a more sophisticated instrument to do that. That's if you want to take the numbers to court.
Right, and again, this is why we didn't want to go this route in the first place.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll go ahead and open up public comment. Marilyn Jenkins, followed by Andre Jackson.
Mayor and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to talk. I'm here to address a matter of great concern that's been allowed to persist for far too long. The ongoing noise pollution emanating from the brewery situated next to our residential community. The issue's been brought to light repeatedly over the past year. Despite numerous complaints from residents, little meaningful action has been taken to resolve it. The persistent noise generated by the brewery is not just a minor inconvenience. It's a violation of the quality of life that residents are entitled to. The noise disrupts sleep, interferes with a person's ability to work from home, negatively affects our mental health, and invades the peace and quiet we deserve inside our own homes. We're talking about elevated decibel levels that far exceed what is reasonable, and we're talking about a situation that stands to spread to other neighborhoods, and one that has not been adequately addressed in over a year. We now have measurements of noise levels taken in this report that are clearly in the category of unacceptable noise levels. I counted on one of Nick's charts, no less than 15 times, according to the chart provided, did the level spike to an unacceptable level. The readings were taken over, I think, maybe once a month, and I assure you that the music goes on 3 days a week, every week. It isn't always unacceptable, but when there's a drum and a band with acoustics, with, amplifiers, it is unacceptable, and it's way more than is shown on that chart. It's also important to recognize that the people most affected by the noise are constituents, hardworking residents, retirees, and families. You've gotten complaints from 2 residences for the most part, but we are not the only ones who are bothered by this noise. People have talked to me. Some people have language deficiencies that make it impossible or scary for them to come to a venue like this. People don't know about how to access the electronic complaint provided, the system that we have to use, and it's annoying. Every time the music is too loud, I have to get up and make a report. I don't know why I should be forced to do that. Complaints come in from distances away from the brewery. I'm at least, I would say, 2 blocks away. Despite this, no steps have been taken to rectify the problem. We have to ask ourselves, what is the price of progress? Is it the decimation of our residential peace? The continued degradation of well-being for the sake of a business that is not held accountable? I urge the council to consider the long-term impact on the quality of life in our neighborhood. This is not just about noise, it's about accountability. It's about standing up for the residents and sending a clear message that the council will not tolerate the erosion of residents' basic rights. I'm asking and requesting immediate action. The brewery must be held accountable for the noise pollution it's causing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andre Jackson, followed by Carrie Smith.
Council, staff, I'm in the same category as these gentlemen over here, so forgive my voice. I'm here as a resident, as a musician, and as a business owner with an entertainment license. And I'd like to say thank you, first of all, to council and staff for your time spent listening to all the sides on this topic, hearing community feedback, and following through with the sound study. It did truly feel like you were paying attention to everyone who voiced their opinions. For those of us involved directly, this has been a very long process. It's cost time and money, it's caused some frustration, and ultimately I think most of us have done our best to help get the city entertainment guidelines set at a reasonable level, and abide by them. It's clear that the majority of Carpinteria locals and visitors appreciate the handful of businesses who provide live music and entertainment. I witness people enjoying this on a regular basis. It brings revenue to our businesses and our city. We receive many phone calls asking about it. And I do hear people at Cork Tree talking about this issue constantly in awe that this topic has become so volatile, particularly in Carpinteria. Those of us who live here want to be able to stay in town and not to have to drive to Santa Barbara or Ventura or elsewhere to hear live music or other events. And those of us who are entertainment license holders have been asked to pay additional money, be inspected, have background checks, as well as, of course, abide by the rules implemented. And the reason I'm repeating myself from last year is because we're all subject to one guideline, one entertainment license. So although I don't believe I've had the phone calls or the complaints, the one group that's being targeted is going to impact me and my business, and me as a community member. Let's see. Thankfully, I believe we were able to come to this forum and be heard, along with several community members, which resulted in a much more reasonable set of guidelines. Our city spent valuable money and time resources to do nearly a year-long sound study, it sounds like, and it clearly shows that we're working within the guidelines. Multiple times it was mentioned that we're not sure what was caught on the peaks or the ambient noises. We're not sure how how reasonable those decibel readings are, but we are working within the guidelines that we were presented with. Per the report, the majority of the complaints came from two sources, and then the additional ones were anonymous, with an increase during Avocado Festival. But what a beautiful event that our city puts on. So thank you for keeping that alive. I believe the number of calls made over and over and over regarding live music are a drag on our small city resources. And it's constant negative letters to the editor in our local paper. And we've experienced some kind of rude behavior here at the council meetings. So it feels like borderline harassment on one particular business who they do a lot for our community. And I'm going to be impacted by the decision. So I am requesting that you review and file the report, please.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Carrie Smith, followed by Jan Harrington.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and community. My name is Carrie Smith. I'm a proud member of this community and past president of the Rotary Club of Carpinteria Morning. I am also a neighbor and a friend of the Island Brewing Company, and I do live on 3rd Street, where the complaints from the part-time residents are coming from. I have purposely opened my windows on eves when music is being played and have never heard it. The complaints are feeling more like a personal vendetta at this point. I'm here to express my strong opinion and support for Island Brewery, who is a vital part of our community. Island Brewery is not just a business, it's a gathering place that brings people together, supports local artists, and contributes greatly to our local economy and community. I'm there frequently and observe Paul and Cheryl constantly monitoring and making sure they follow the live entertainment ordinance and stay within the sound limit. They cannot even relax and enjoy their own customers. They're constantly up and worrying. These constant complaints need to stop. Enough is enough, and it's becoming abusive, and it's a waste of our city council's meetings and tax dollars, we feel. No business should have to continually defend themselves against complaints when they've met the city's regulations and are abiding by the curfews. If one person's complaints can override a compliance, this is going to keep businesses from wanting to ever invest in our community. City regulations exist to create a fair balance between businesses and residences, and since Island Brewery is in compliance with the city, the city should recognize that and not allow these complaints to hinder a business that's already following the law. I urge the council to stand by its regulations and support a business that's done everything that's been asked of them. Let's not allow one person's complaints to override the fairness of due process. Instead, let's encourage a thriving, balanced community where businesses and residents can coexist. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jan Harrington, followed by Cheryl Wright.
Jan's going to call in.
Okay, well, we will hear her when it's time to hear the Zoom speakers.
She'll be on Zoom.
Okay, so Cheryl Wright, followed by Paul Wright.
I'm her security.
Mine's a little longer than Paul's. His is a little shorter. Mayor Alarcon, council members, staff, in our community that stayed up this late to support us. I wanted to give the council a little background on Island and why I think music is so important to Carpinteria and what we've found and how the community has just been supporting us. It's incredible. We appreciate your efforts in addressing the entertainment license issue and the time and resources that have been dedicated to resolving this matter, which I know has been a significant cost to our community. 60 years ago, Paul and I met in Hawaii while he was serving in the submarine service. We fell in love with the island atmosphere, which became our paradise. After many life changes, including return to Portland, Oregon, graduating from college, working and raising 3 daughters, who all chose to go to UCSB, our family found a new paradise in the Santa Barbara area, Carpinteria. We knew after 30 years of school and working in the home office of an insurance company, we wanted to make a difference in a community and leave a positive impact. We decided to move closer to our family and grandchild. Paul sought a new career which aligned with his passion, that of making the finest craft beer. But his real passion was to make a difference in the city we chose to live in and make the most of each day. Driven by a passion for making a difference in our community, we pursued our dream and opened a small brewery, allowing us to do what Paul loved, which enabled us to give back to Carpinteria in many ways. Paul joined the chamber and later became president, twice president. He then joined Rotary and also became president, twice. Paul is also president of our congregation at Faith Lutheran and developed First Friday to bring tourists downtown. And he also was chairman of Thrive, which predated the Carpinteria Children's Project, which Rotary is now really supporting. By adding music, we've been able to provide local musicians with a platform to showcase their passion. Some, like the amazing Will Brennan, go on national TV and was able to really advance his career. Well, every month presents its challenges. Music has increased foot traffic and been a game changer for us, especially as the cost of our lease continues to rise. The support from the community has been instrumental in helping us stay in business. As new businesses enter the scene, we will be grateful for the community's continued support, and we hope we will remain a staple in the location. We've transformed our leased warehouse into a vibrant community Carpinteria gathering place, capturing the essence of an island atmosphere that we have loved. We also offer a diverse selection of beer, water, teas, soft drinks. Visiting Island Brewing and witnessing the joy of people of all ages, including great-grandparents with their grandchildren, all ages, as they continue and enjoy the music together, is truly a heartwarming experience that I will always cherish. It fills my heart with so much love observing the camaraderie within our community and seeing the connections that bring us all together.
Ms. Wright, thank you for your comments. If you can quickly.
And Paul, okay, we appreciate Carpinteria's efforts in making this happen and also acknowledge all the time and resources invested by the city to ensure we abide by the city rules and never take advantage. We're through by 9 o'clock on a weekend, and we could go till 10 by law. I mean, it was 10 o'clock. So anyway, that's really what I wanted to say, except thank you to the community for all the love and support they've given us.
Thank you for your comments. Paul Wright, followed by Paula Lund.
Can I stay here? Or do you want me to go sit down?
If you don't butt in. Mayor Alicon, council members and staff, here I am again. And that's fine. We've taken part in the March 25th meeting on entertainment and then the May 28th meeting. And as a result, there were some staff recommendations that we've modified our music program so that we are within compliance of all the existing regulations. I think Cheryl mentioned, we've been in Carpinteria 25 years now, at this location for 20, I imagine. Anyway, I've read the staff report of July 27th, and I'm in agreement with the findings. Not that it really matters, maybe, but it seemed very reasonable, and the staff has done a lot of work. You can tell how long it was just to repeat what they had done. So, but much will be said tonight about about Island Brewing Company and the entertainment permit. Some will be truly false. We don't have music for 3 days. We have 3 hours for 3 days. And of course, on Sunday, we're over by 5. And other nights, we're open by, we close at 9, voluntarily, although we could be open later. But some of the things are going to be emotional responses to the music that emanates from Island Brewing Company. But all that aside, the report is a good review of the issues that we face at IBC and that in any of the entertainment licensees are subject to. Just a little side note for anybody new, at our meeting earlier in the year, we were able to present 2,000 signatures from people in Carpinteria that were in favor of live music continuing in Carpinteria. We could do it again, but I don't know if that's necessary. Anyway, if I would like to recommend that the council receive and file the update to the statute on the city's live entertainment program. That's the progress that I'm suggesting. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Paula Lund, followed by Stephen Markison.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. I'm here to support the IBC live music. I lived here in Carp for 15 years and going on 16. I volunteered at the Host Visitor Center for 6 years, going on 7. When visitors come to ask me where to listen live music, I tell them IBC and many other places in town as well. I became IBC Island Nation member, and I really enjoyed being a member. Enjoyed seeing friendly families, kids, dogs, people from everywhere. IBC is a safe, friendly place to listen live music of all kinds. I am asking you, Mayor, Council members, please support the IBC Live Music Entertainment Stay Alive. IBC is going to win this battle. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Stephen Markison, followed by Eileen Markison.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff. A license, it's a privilege, it's not a right. A driver's license being the most obvious. Residents have rights, not applied for privileges. My nuisance noise issue developed in April 2022 and was temporarily remedied November 30th, 2023, only to become a nuisance again March 25th, 2024. This nuisance deprives us the use of our home. 3 afternoons, evenings a week, almost half the week. The live entertainment license must have rules, guidelines to define the privilege of the license and to protect surrounding users. In this case, the residents with rights in the beach neighborhood. The ARB most recently denied outdoor amplified entertainment for the Palms, knowing the problems it causes. Cities put distance and audibility into municipal codes regulating outdoor entertainment. Not audible 100 feet from the property line is a common metric. This council had an effective solution November 30th, 2023, with the additional conditions of the entertainment license. The complaints stopped. The council unfortunately removed the remedy of distance and audibility in the additional conditions of the entertainment license June 10th, 2024, essentially for this 9-month trial run. As predicted, complaints are up. With no rules to enforce, there's been no limit to the excess. Louder, louder, louder. To hear some excuse like they shut it down at 9 doesn't matter. To hear it, full stop, is what matters. There's a big uptick in the complaints. I don't know if you read the emails that I sent, but there was I was asked to provide more details by Councilmember Clark. There was a pronounced uptick in complaints. The city imposed additional licensing. Complaints went down. Businesses falsely claimed hardship. City Council removed all licensing conditions. 78 noise complaints for IBC's live entertainment in 9 months. That's too many. Page 5 facts, you can reference my contesting the measurements. I show drastic differences in ambient versus with music. I want to bring up the October 19th slide, omitted all the key readings. The report points out certain music or bands are nearing the upper limits of the normally acceptable ranges. Objective N5, the city will minimize the effects of nuisance noise levels on sensitive land uses. AI calls residential the #1 sensitive land use. Policy N5A, the city will address nuisance noise on a case-by-case basis. I've got multiple ambient measurements that really dispute the findings over here. I drive by Quirk Tree many nights a week. Their entertainment is barely audible on the sidewalk.
Mr. Markison, I'll just ask if you can please wrap up your comments.
I will wrap it up. I
Thank
think
you.
an affordable and simple and easy solution is to move the IBC live entertainment back indoors and close their doors, as it had been for 7 years prior to May 26, 2020, and Ordinance 744. It's well past the time to hold the IBC accountable for containing their live entertainment. Thank you.
Eileen Markison?
Good evening, council members, staff. I just want to say that live music has never been in jeopardy in the city of Carpinteria. Nick Bobroff informed us of that fact up front when we came to the city with our complaints. I want to say I recognize that the community sheriff and code enforcement departments are under-resourced. My household doesn't want to call code compliance or the sheriff's department to answer calls about noise. I would prefer that these departments focus on other more consequential health and safety issues inside our community. But the quality of my life has so deteriorated and been so damaged. I've been deprived of an environment where I can work, rest, or play reliably. I'm speaking about my home, by the way, the home that I bought 20 years ago in the beach neighborhood. And on most weekends, Friday and Saturday nights between 6 and 9 p.m., I've been deprived the use of my home for roughly 2 hours, roughly 2 years, roughly 6 hours every weekend, the use of my home still is compromised by unwanted, disruptive, harmful sound, noise. And the noise we've been exposed to has disrupted in ways that have truly affected my productivity, focus, and most importantly, my mental health. Every one of the code compliance complaints that I have lodged involve just one Carpinteria business. I have not registered complaints for any live entertainment licensee except for Island Brewing Company. The code enforcement staff report broke down the noise complaints. The 2 residences that lodged the complaints are my household and my neighbor Marilyn Jenkins' household. The one offending source, Island Brewing Company. It's important to remind the City Council that both the Markison and Jenkins households went first to Island Brewing Company with our complaints. IBC failed to acknowledge or remedy. The Markison and Jenkins households are sensitive receptors to the sound impacts from the Island Brewing Company. Sensitive receptors, that's city planning jargon. Those are properties that are most exposed to the sources or whatever the nuisance or pollutant might be. The Markison and Jenkins households are very obviously some of the most sensitive of the sensitive receptors to the live outdoor music produced on Island Brewing Company's premises. Our households are the most vulnerable to noise impacts from the IBC, and our households should matter. The quality of our lives should matter, even if we are a minority. So tonight I'm going to make a common sense appeal to the City Council. As I said, David Hernandez's code compliance report stated that there are just 2 households that are complaining about one business.
Ms. Markison, I'll just ask if you can please quickly wrap
Okay.
up your comments. Thank you.
Paul Wright has promised to explore sound mitigation at his business. He's done none of that. I'd ask that the city require live entertainment licensees to contain the sound of their live performers to the actual physical business premises. That doesn't add any sort of additional hardship for the business to operate. And it shouldn't be cost prohibitive, and it shouldn't have any negative impact on its sales. Businesses that hold live entertainment licenses should respect their neighbors' right to the quiet enjoyment of their homes, the right to program their lives as they see fit. The city should place conditions on live entertainment license holders that protect residential uses.
Ms.
and
Markison,
make
thank you for your comments. You're
and
well
make
over
compatibility
the 3
a
minutes
priority.
that is allowed for public comment. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll now go ahead and look at our city clerk if there are any Zoom comments.
Mayor, we do have 2 speakers on Zoom. First one is Jan Harrington. Jan, go ahead. Jan, you want to, there you go.
Hi, good evening, council and staff. My name is Jan Harrington, and I'm a resident of Carpinteria, and I've had a small business here for over 17 years. My remarks tonight are prompted by the fact that 2 households have petitioned the city to prohibit live music at Island Brewing Company, despite the owner's effort to mitigate the noise disturbances. I'd like you to know that I met Paul and Cheryl Wright at Rotary. They're both deeply charitable in our community. They consistently donate their time and resources, including the brewery. Since I've moved to Carpinteria, my husband and I enjoy live music and have expanded the circle of friends that we've met through Island Brewing Company. Island Brewing Company was the very first business to host one of my art shows, which launched my career. I've attended numerous board meetings for through Rotary to plan the Carpinteria Talent Showcase, which benefits the music program in Carpinteria, the Carpinteria School District. Just this year alone, we've raised over $30,000 for the music programs at the Carpinteria School District with the help of Paul and Cheryl Wright. It's been an ongoing event for over 16 years. I can attest that the establishment is a community staple. It offers more than just a place to buy a beer. I hope that tonight's meeting will just finally resolve the ongoing dispute that were initiated by two part-time residents, because I like living in a community that supports the arts. And by the way, we live about a little over a block from Island Brewing Company on Palm Avenue. My backyard is the same distance from the train tracks as the brewery is. And I only hear the waves and the birds chirping, and of course the train. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that this gets resolved in a very positive manner for Island Brewing Company and the Wrights. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, Mayor, then the next speaker is Robert Schroll. Robert, go ahead.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and fellow residents. My name is Robert Schroll. I'm a longtime Carpinteria resident, property owner, and past president of the Carpinteria Lions Club. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for Island Brewing Company and its ability to continue hosting live music while respecting our city's noise ordinances. Island Brewing has been a beloved fixture in our community for years, a place where friends and families gather, where locals and visitors alike can enjoy great craft beer, and where musicians have the opportunity to share their talent. It's more than just a business, it's a cornerstone of our local culture and a gathering place that contributes to the economic and social fabric of Carpinteria. Unfortunately, this local gem has faced ongoing harassment from a small but vocal minority, just two neighbors, who have consistently complained about noise levels despite Island Brewing's adherence to city noise regulations. I want to be clear. I fully support reasonable noise ordinances, and I believe that Island Brewing has gone to great lengths to comply with those rules. They've invested in sound mitigation efforts, adjusted their performance times, and worked in good faith with the city to find a balance between entertainment and neighborhood peace. But let's take a step back and consider the broader picture. Live music is a part of what makes Carpinteria special. It fosters a sense of community, supports local musicians, encourages responsible socializing, and a controlled, family-friendly atmosphere. The alternative? If we discourage live music at reputable venues like Island Brewing, people will simply gather elsewhere, often in less regulated spaces that could create even more noise-related concerns. We cannot allow the complaints of two individuals to overshadow the overwhelming support from the rest of us who appreciate and value what Island Brewing brings to Carpinteria. I urge this council to continue supporting local businesses that operate in good faith, follow the rules, and enhance our town's quality of life. Let's not let the voice of a tiny minority dictate policy that would diminish the vibrancy of our community. I respectfully ask that you reaffirm your support for Island Brewing and live music under the current ordinances. Receive it, file it, and be done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And Mayor, that concludes Zoom comment.
Great, thank you. So I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for discussion, comments, questions.
I just want to thank staff again. The amount of follow-up you've done for the complaints and concerns, I think is really a testament to how far you're willing to invest time in making sure that all Carpinterians feel like the city is taking their worries seriously. So I appreciate that. I appreciate, like I said, getting the decibel readings. I acknowledge, like as was said before, that it's not a flawless system, but I feel like it definitely has given us more information to work with, especially since our general plan does have decibel levels as part of the noise element. So I think it's in terms of going by the book of what we've adopted as a community already. I think that we've been given more credibility to do that through the work that you've done in this presentation. So thank you very much.
Any other comments on behalf of the council?
Okay, well then, if there's no comments, or I can make a motion. I move to receive and file the update on the status of the city's live entertainment licensing program.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And adjournment. It looks like that's the last step, and it is 11:04. So thank you all for attending this very important long meeting. Thank you.